This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, December 2005. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1. The Return. There was something about the coast town of Dunnet which made it seem more attractive than other maritime villages of eastern Maine. Perhaps it was the simple fact of acquaintance with that neighborhood with which it is so attaching, and gave such interest to the rocky shore and dark woods, and the few houses which seemed to be securely wedged and tree-nailed in among the ledges by the landing. These houses made the most of their seaward view, and there was a gaiety and determined floweriness in their bits of garden ground. The small-paned high windows in the peaks of their steep gables were like knowing eyes that watched the harbor and the far sea-line beyond, or looked northward all along the shore, its background of spruces and balsam firs. When one really knows a village like this and its surroundings, it is like becoming acquainted with a single person. The process of falling in love at first sight is as final as it is swift in such a case, but the growth of true friendship may be a lifelong affair. After a first brief visit made 2 or 3 summers before, in the course of a yachting cruise, a lover of Dunnet Landing returned to find the unchanged shores of the Pointed Firs, the same quaintness of the village with its elaborate conventionalities, all that mixture of remoteness and childish certainty of being the center of civilization of which her affectionate dreams had told. One evening in June, a single passenger landed upon the steamboat wharf. The tide was high, there was a fine crowd of spectators, and the younger portion of the company followed her with subdued excitement up the narrow street of the salt-aired, white-clapboarded little town. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Mrs. Todd. Later, there was only one fault to find with this choice of a summer lodging-place, and that was its complete lack of seclusion. At first, the tiny house of Mrs. Elmira Todd, which stood with its end to the street, appeared to be retired and sheltered enough from the busy world, behind its bushy bit of a green garden, in which all the blooming things, 2 or 3 gay hollyhocks and some London pride, were pushed back against the gray shingled wall. It was a queer little garden, and puzzling to a stranger, the few flowers being put at a disadvantage by so much greenery. But the discovery was soon made that Mrs. Todd was an ardent lover of herbs, both wild and tame, and the sea breezes blew into the low end window of the house laden with not only sweet briar and sweet Mary, but balm and sage and borage and mint, wormwood and southernwood. If Mrs. Todd had occasion to step into the far corner of her herb plot, she trod heavily upon thyme, and made its fragrant presence known with all the rest. Being a very large person, her full skirts brushed and bent almost every slender stalk that her feet missed. You could always tell when she was stepping about there, even when you were half awake in the morning, and learned to know, in the course of a few weeks' experience, in exactly which corner of the garden she might be. At one side of this herb plot were other growths of a rustic pharmacopoeia, other treasures and rarities among the commoner herbs. Some of these might once have belonged to sacred and mystic rites, and have some occult knowledge handed with them down the centuries. But now they pertained only to humble compounds brewed at intervals with molasses or vinegar or spirits in a small cauldron on Mrs. Todd's kitchen stove. They were dispensed to suffering neighbors, who usually came at night as if by stealth, bringing their own ancient-looking vials to be filled. One nostrum was called the Indian remedy, and its price was but 15 cents. The whispered directions could be heard as customers passed the windows. With most remedies, the purchaser was allowed to depart unadmonished from the kitchen, Mrs. Todd being a wise saver of steps, but with certain vials she gave cautions, standing in the doorway, and there were other doses which had to be accompanied on their healing way as far as the gate, while she muttered long chapters of directions, and kept up an air of secrecy and importance to the last. It may not have been only the common aids of humanity with which she tried to cope. It seemed sometimes as if love and hate and jealousy and adverse winds at sea might also find their proper remedies among the curious, wild-looking plants in Mrs. Todd's garden. The village doctor and this learned herbalist were upon the best of terms. The good man may have counted upon the unfavorable effect of certain potions which he could find his opportunity in counteracting. At any rate, he now and then stopped and exchanged greetings with Mrs. Todd over the picket fence. The conversation became at once professional after the briefest preliminaries, and he would stand twirling a sweet-scented sprig in his fingers, and make suggestive jokes, perhaps about her faith in a too persistent course of thoroughwort elixir, in which my landlady professed such firm belief as sometimes to endanger the life and usefulness of worthy neighbors. To arrive at this quietest of seaside villages late in June, when the busy herb-gathering season was just beginning, was also to arrive in the early prime of Mrs. Todd's activity in the brewing of old-fashioned spruce beer. This cooling and refreshing drink had been brought to wonderful perfection through a long series of experiments. It had won immense local fame, and the supplies for its manufacture were always giving out and having to be replenished. For various reasons, the seclusion and uninterrupted days which had been looked forward to proved to be very rare in this otherwise delightful corner of the world. My hostess and I had made our shrewd business agreement on the basis of a simple cold luncheon at noon, and liberal restitution in the matter of hot suppers, to provide for which the lodger might sometimes be seen hurrying down the road, late in the day, with cunner line in hand. It was soon found that this arrangement made large allowance for Mrs. Todd's slow herb-gathering progresses through woods and pastures. The spruce beer customers were pretty steady in hot weather, and there were many demands for different soothing syrups and elixirs with which the unwise curiosity of my early residence had made me acquainted. Knowing Mrs. Todd to be a widow, who had little besides the slender business and the income from one hungry lodger to maintain her, one's energies and even interest were quickly bestowed, until it became a matter of course that she should go afield every pleasant day, and that the lodger should answer all peremptory knocks at the side door. In taking an occasional wisdom-giving stroll in Mrs. Todd's company, and in acting as business partner during her frequent absences, I found the July days fly fast, and it was not until I felt myself comforted from too great pride and pleasure in the display, one night, of $2.27 which I had taken in during the day, that I remembered a long piece of writing, sadly belated now, which I was bound to do. To have been patted kindly on the shoulder and called "darlin'," to have been offered a surprise of early mushrooms for supper, to have had all the glory of making $2.27 in a single day, and then to renounce it all and withdraw from these pleasant successes, needed much resolution. Literary employments are so vexed with uncertainties at best, and it was not until the voice of conscience sounded louder in my ears than the sea on the nearest pebble beach that I said unkind words of withdrawal to Mrs. Todd. She only became more wistfully affectionate than ever in her expressions, and looked as disappointed as I expected when I frankly told her that I could no longer enjoy the pleasure of what we called "seein' folks." I felt that I was cruel to a whole neighborhood in curtailing her liberty in this most important season for harvesting the different wild herbs that were so much counted upon to ease their winter ails.
"Well, dear," she said sorrowfully, "I've took great advantage o' your bein' here. I ain't had such a season for years, but I have never had nobody I could so trust. All you lack is a few qualities, but with time you'd gain judgment and experience, and be very able in the business. I'd stand right here and say it to anybody."
Mrs. Todd and I were not separated or estranged by the change in our business relations. On the contrary, a deeper intimacy seemed to begin. I do not know what herb of the night it was that used sometimes to send out a penetrating odor late in the evening, after the dew had fallen, and the moon was high, and the cool air came up from the sea. Then Mrs. Todd would feel that she must talk to somebody, and I was only too glad to listen. We both fell under the spell, and she either stood outside the window or made an errand to my sitting-room and told, it might be very commonplace news of the day, or, as happened one misty summer night, all that lay deepest in her heart. It was in this way that I came to know that she had loved one who was far above her.
"No, dear, him I speak of could never think of me," she said. "When we was young together his mother didn't favour the match, and done everything she could to part us. And folks thought we both married well, but it wa'n't what either one of us wanted most. And now we're left alone again, and might have had each other all the time. He was above being a seafaring man, and prospered more than most. He came of a high family, and my lot was plain and hard workin'. I ain't seen him for some years. He's forgot our youthful feelin's, I expect, but a woman's heart is different. Them feelin's comes back when you think you've done with 'em, as sure as spring comes with a year. And I've always had ways of hearin' about him."
She stood in the center of a braided rug, and its rings of black and gray seemed to circle about her feet in the dim light. Her height and massiveness in the low room gave her the look of a huge sibyl, while the strange fragrance of the mysterious herb blew in from the little garden. End of chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 3. The Schoolhouse. For some days after this, Mrs. Todd's customers came and went past my windows, and, haying time being nearly over, strangers began to arrive from the inland country, such was her widespread reputation. Sometimes I saw a pale young creature like a white wind-flower left over into midsummer, upon whose face consumption had set its bright and wistful mark, but oftener 2 stout, hard-worked women from the farms came together, and detailed their symptoms to Mrs. Todd in loud and cheerful voices, combining the satisfactions of a friendly gossip with the medical opportunity. They seemed to give much from their own store of therapeutic learning. I became aware of the school in which my landlady had strengthened her natural gift, but hers was always the governing mind, and the final command, "Take of hyssop 1 handful," or whatever herb it was received in respectful silence. One afternoon when I had listened, it was impossible not to listen with cottonless ears, and then laughed and listened again, with an idle pen in my hand, during a particularly spirited and personal conversation, I reached for my hat, and, taking blotting-book and all under my arm, I resolutely fled further temptation, and walked out past the fragrant green garden and up the dusty road. The way went straight uphill, and presently I stopped and turned to look back. The tide was in. The wide harbor was surrounded by its dark woods, and the small wooden houses stood as near as they could get to the landing. Mrs. Todd's was the last house on the way inland. The gray ledges of the rocky shore were well covered with sod in most places, and the pasture bayberry and wild roses grew thick among them. I could see the higher inland country and the scattered farms. On the brink of the hill stood a little white schoolhouse, much wind-blown and weather-beaten, which was a landmark to sea-going folk. From its door there was a most beautiful view of sea and shore. The summer vacation now prevailed, and, after finding the door unfastened, and taking a long look through one of the seaward windows, and reflecting afterward for some time in a shady place near by among the bayberry bushes, I returned to the chief place of business in the village, and, to the amusement of 2 of the selectmen, brothers and autocrats of Dunnet Landing, I hired the schoolhouse for the rest of the vacation, for 50 cents a week. Selfish as it may appear, the retired situation seemed to possess great advantages, and I spent many days there, quite undisturbed, with the sea breeze blowing through the small, high windows and swaying the heavy outside shutters to and fro. I hung my hat and luncheon-basket on an entry-nail, as if I were a small scholar, but I sat at the teacher's desk, as if I were that great authority, with all the timid empty benches in rows before me. Now and then an idle sheep came and stood for a long time, looking in at the door. At sundown I went back, feeling most businesslike, down toward the village again, and usually met the flavour, not of the herb garden, but of Mrs. Todd's hot supper, halfway up the hill. On the nights when there were evening meetings, or other public exercises that demanded her presence, we had tea very early, and I was welcomed back as if from a long absence. Once or twice I feigned excuses for staying at home, while Mrs. Todd made distant excursions, and came home late, with both hands full and a heavily laden apron. This was in the pennyroyal time, and when the rare lobelia was in its prime, and the elecampane was coming on. One day she appeared at the schoolhouse itself, partly out of amused curiosity about my industries, but she explained that there was no tansy in the neighbourhood with such snap to it as some that grew about the schoolhouse lot. Being scuffed down all the spring made it grow so much the better, like some folks that had it hard in their youth, and were bound to make the most of themselves before they died. End of Chapter 3. Read by Kara Schallenberg on January 29th, 2006, in Oceanside, California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. The Country of the Pointed Firs, by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 4. At the Schoolhouse Window. One day I reached the schoolhouse very late, owing to attendance upon the funeral of an acquaintance and neighbour, with whose sad decline in health I had been familiar, and whose last days both the doctor and Mrs. Todd had tried in vain to ease. The services had taken place at 1 o'clock, and now, at 2:15, I stood at the schoolhouse window, looking down at the procession as it went along the lower road close to the shore. It was a walking funeral, and even at that distance I could recognize most of the mourners as they went their solemn way. Mrs. Begg had been very much respected, and there was a large company of friends following to her grave. She had been brought up on one of the neighbouring farms, and each of the few times that I had seen her, she professed great dissatisfaction with town life. The people lived too close together for her liking, at the landing, and she could not get used to the constant sound of the sea. She had lived to lament 3 seafaring husbands, and her house was decorated with West Indian curiosities, specimens of conch shells and fine coral which they had brought home from their voyages in lumber-laden ships. Mrs. Todd had told me all about our neighbours' history. They had been girls together, and, to use her own phrase, had "both seen trouble till they knew the best and worst on't." I could see the sorrowful, large figure of Mrs. Todd as I stood at the window. She made a break in the procession by walking slowly and keeping the after part of it back. She held a handkerchief to her eyes, and I knew, with a pang of sympathy, that hers was not affected grief. Beside her, after much difficulty, I recognized the one strange and unrelated person in all the company, an old man who had always been mysterious to me. I could see his thin, bending figure. He wore a narrow, long-tailed coat, and walked with a stick, and had the same cant to leeward as the wind-bent trees on the height above. This was Captain Littlepage, whom I had seen only once or twice before, sitting pale and old behind a closed window, never out of doors until now. Mrs. Todd always shook her head gravely when I asked a question, and said that he wasn't what he had been once, and seemed to class him with her other secrets. He might have belonged with a simple, which grew in a certain slug-haunted corner of the garden, whose use she could never be betrayed into telling me, though I saw her cutting the tops by moonlight once, as if it were a charm and not a medicine, like the great fading bloodroot leaves. I could see that she was trying to keep pace with the old captain's lighter steps. He looked like an aged grasshopper of some strange human variety. Behind this pair was a short, impatient little person, who kept the captain's house and gave it what Mrs. Todd and others believed to be no proper sort of care. She was usually called "that Mary Harris" in subdued conversation, between intimates, but they treated her with anxious civility when they met her face to face. The bay-sheltered islands and the great sea beyond stretched away to the far horizon southward and eastward. The little procession in the foreground looked futile and helpless on the edge of the rocky shore. It was a glorious day early in July, with a clear, high sky. There were no clouds, there was no noise of the sea. The song-sparrows sang and sang, as if with joyous knowledge of immortality, and contempt for those who could so pettily concern themselves with death. I stood watching until the funeral procession had crept round a shoulder of the slope below, and disappeared from the great landscape, as if it had gone into a cave. An hour later I was busy at my work. Now and then a bee blundered in and took me for an enemy, but there was a useful stick upon the teacher's desk, and I rapped to call the bees to order as if they were unruly scholars, or waved them away from their riots over the ink, which I had bought at the landing store, and discovered to be scented with bergamot, as if to refresh the labours of anxious scribes. One anxious scribe felt very dull that day. A sheep bell tinkled near by, and called her wandering wits after it. The sentences failed to catch these lovely summer cadences. For the first time I began to wish for a companion, and for news from the outer world, which had been half unconsciously forgotten. Watching the funeral gave one a sort of pain. I began to wonder if I ought not to have walked with the rest, instead of hurrying away at the end of the services. Perhaps the Sunday gown I had put on for the occasion was making this disastrous change of feeling, but I had now made myself and my friends remember that I did not really belong to Dunnet Landing. I sighed, and turned to the half-written page again. End of Chapter 4. Read by Kara Schallenberg on January 29th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Smith. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 5. Captain Littlepage. It was a long time after this. An hour was a very long time in that coast town, where nothing stole away the shortest minute. I had lost myself completely in work, when I heard footsteps outside. There was a steep footpath between the upper and the lower road, which I climbed to shorten the way, as the children had taught me, but I believed that Mrs. Todd would find it inaccessible, unless she had occasion to seek me in great haste. I wrote on, feeling like a besieged miser of time, while the footsteps came nearer, and the sheep bell tinkled away in haste, as if someone had shaken a stick in its wearer's face. Then I looked and saw Captain Littlepage, passing the nearest window. The next moment he tapped politely at the door. "Come in, sir," I said, rising to meet him, and he entered, bowing with much courtesy. I stepped down from the desk and offered him a chair by the window, where he seated himself at once, being sadly spent by his climb. I returned to my fixed seat behind the teacher's desk, which gave him the lower place of a scholar. "You ought to have the place of honor, Captain Littlepage," I said.
"A happy rural seat of various views,"
he quoted as he gazed out into the sunshine and up the long-wooded shore. Then he glanced at me and looked all about him as pleased as a child.
"My quotation was from Paradise Lost, the greatest of poems, I suppose you know. There's nothing that ranks, to my mind, with Paradise Lost. It's all lofty, all lofty. Shakespeare was a great poet. He copied life. But you have to put up with a great deal of low talk."
I now remembered that Mrs. Todd had told me one day that Captain Littlepage had overset his mind with too much reading. She had also made dark references to his having spells of some unexplainable nature. I could not help wondering what errand had brought him out in search of me. There was something quite charming in his appearance. It was a face thin and delicate with refinement, but worn into appealing lines, as if he had suffered from loneliness and misapprehension. He looked, with his careful precision of dress, as if he were the object of cherishing care on the part of elderly unmarried sisters. But I knew Mary Harris to be a very commonplace, inelegant person, who would have no such standards. It was plain that the captain was his own attractive valet. He sat looking at me expectantly. I could not help thinking that, with his queer head and length of thinness, he was made to hop along the road of life rather than to walk. The captain was very grave indeed, and I bade my inward spirit keep close to discretion.
"Poor Mrs. Begg has gone," I ventured to say. I still wore my Sunday gown by way of showing respect. "Very easy at the last, I was informed. She slipped away as if she were glad of the opportunity."
I thought of the Countess of Carbery and felt that history repeated itself.
"She was one of the old stock. She was very much looked up to in this town and will be missed."
I wondered as I looked at him if he had sprung from a line of ministers. He had the refinement of look and air of command, which are the heritage of the old ecclesiastical families of New England. But as Darwin says in his autobiography, there's no such king as a sea captain. He is greater even than a king or a schoolmaster. Captain Littlepage moved his chair out of the wake of the sunshine, and still sat looking at me. I began to be very eager to know upon what errand he had come.
"It may be found out some of these days. We may know it all, the next step, where Mrs. Begg is now, for instance. Certainty, not conjecture, is what we all desire."
"I suppose we shall know it all some day," said I.
"We shall know it while yet below. We have not looked for truth in the right direction. I know what I speak of. Those who have laughed at me little know how much reason my ideas are based upon."
He waved his hand at the village below.
"In that handful of houses, they fancy that they comprehend the universe."
I smiled and waited for him to go on.
"I am an old man, as you can see, and I have been a shipmaster the greater part of my life, 43 years in all. You may not think it, but I am above 80 years of age."
He didn't look so old, and I hastened to say so.
"You must have left the sea a good many years ago, then, Captain Littlepage," I said. "I should have been serviceable at least 5 or 6 years more. My acquaintance with my experience upon a certain occasion, I might say, gave rise to prejudice. I do not mind telling you that I had chanced to learn of one of the greatest discoveries that man has ever made.
Now we were approaching dangerous ground, but a sudden sense of his sufferings at the hands of the ignorant came to my help, and I asked to hear more with all the deference I really felt. A swallow flew into the schoolhouse at this moment, as if a kingbird were after it, and beat itself against the walls for a minute, and escaped again to the open air, but Captain Littlepage took no notice whatever of the flurry.
I had a valuable cargo of general merchandise from the London docks to Fort Churchill, a station of the old company on Hudson's Bay. We were delayed in lading and baffled by headwinds and a heavy tumbling sea all the way north, about and across. Then the fog kept us off the coast, and when I made port at last, it was too late to delay in those northern waters with such a vessel and such a crew as I had. They cared for nothing, and idled me into a fit of sickness. But my first mate was a good, excellent man, with no more idea of being frozen in there until spring than I had. So we made what speed we could to get clear of Hudson's Bay and off of the coast. I owned an eighth of the vessel, and he owned a 16th of her. She was a full-rigged ship called the Minerva, but she was getting old and leaky. I meant it should be my last voyage in her, and so it proved. She had been an excellent vessel in her day. Of the cowards aboard her, I can't say so much.
"Then you were wrecked?" I asked, as he made a long pause.
I wouldn't caught astern of the lighter by any fault of mine. We left Fort Churchill and run out into the bay with a light pair of heels. But I had been vexed to death with their red tape rigging at the company's office, and chilled with staying on deck and trying to hurry up things, and when we were well out of sight of land, heading for Hudson's Straits, I had a bad turn of some sort of fever, and had to stay below. The days were getting short, and we made good runs, all well on board but me, and the crew done their work by dint of hard driving.
I began to find this unexpected narrative a little dull. Captain Littlepage spoke with a kind of slow correctness that lacked the longshore high flavor to which I had grown used, but I listened respectfully while he explained the winds having become contrary, and talked on in a dreary sort of way about his voyage, the bad weather, and the disadvantages he was under in the lightness of his ship, which bounced about like a chip in a bucket, and would not answer the rudder or properly respond to the most careful setting of sails.
So there we were, blowing along anyways,
He complained, but looking at me at this moment, and seeing that my thoughts were unkindly wandering, he ceased to speak. "It was a hard life at sea in those days, I'm sure," said I, with redoubled interest.
It was a dog's life, but it made men of those who followed it. I see a change for the worse, even in our own town here, full of loafers now, small and poor as it is, who once would have followed the sea, every lazy soul of 'em. There is no occupation so fit for just that class of men who never get beyond the forecastle. I view it, in addition, that a community narrows down and grows dreadful ignorant when it is shut up to its own affairs and gets no knowledge of the outside world except from a cheap, unprincipled newspaper. In the old days, a good part of the best men here knew 100 ports and something of the way folks lived in them. They saw the world for themselves, and likes not their wives and children saw it with them. They might not have had the best of knowledge to carry with them sightseeing, but they were some acquainted with foreign lands and their laws, and could see outside the battle for Townkirk here and done it. They got some sense of proportion. Yes, they lived more dignified and their houses were better within and without. Shipping's a terrible loss to this part of New England, from a social point of view, ma'am.
I have thought of that myself, I returned, with my interest quite awakened. It accounts for the change in a great many things, the sad disappearance of sea captains, doesn't it?
A shipmaster was apt to get the habit of reading. A captain is not expected to be familiar with his crew, and for company's sake in dull days and nights, he turns to his book. Most of us old shipmasters came to know most everything about something. One would take to reading on farming topics, and some were great on medicine. But Lord help their poor crews. Some were all for history. Now and then there'd be one like me that gave his time to the poets. I was well acquainted with a shipmaster that was all for bees and beekeeping, and if you met him in port and went aboard, he'd sit and talk a terrible while about their having so much information and the money that could be made out of keeping 'em. He was one of the smartest captains that ever sailed the seas. They used to call the Newcastle, a great bark he commanded for many years, Tuttle's Beehive. There was old Captain Jameson. He had notions of Solomon's Temple, and made a very handsome little model of the same, right from the scripture measurements, same's other sailors make little ships and design new tricks of rigging, and all that. No, there's nothing to take the place of shipping in a place like ours. These bicycles offend me dreadfully. They don't afford no real opportunities of experience, such as a man gained on a voyage. No. When folks left home in the old days, they left it to some purpose, and when they got home, they stayed there and had some pride in it. There's no large-minded way of thinking now. The worst have got to be the best and rule everything. We're all turned upside down and going back, year by year.
Oh, no, Captain Littlepage, I hope not, said I, trying to soothe his feelings. There was a silence in the schoolhouse, but we could hear the noise of the water on a beach below. It sounded like the strange warning wave that gives notice of the turn of the tide. A late golden robin, with the most joyful and eager of voices, was singing close by in a thicket of wild roses. This is the end of Chapter 5.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Woodley. Country of the Pointed Birds by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 6. The Waiting Place. How did you manage with the rest of that rough voyage on the Minerva? I asked. I shall be glad to explain to you, said Captain Littlepage, forgetting his grievances for the moment. If I had a map at hand, I could explain better. We were driven to and fro, way up toward what we used to call Parry's Discoveries, and lost our bearings. It was thick and foggy, and at last I lost my ship. She drove on a rock, and we managed to get ashore on what I took to be a barren island, the few of us that were left alive. When she first struck, the sea was somewhat calmer than it had been, and most of the crew, against orders, manned the longboat and put off in a hurry, and were never heard of more. Our own boat upset, but the carpenter kept himself and me above water, and we drifted in. I had no strength to call upon after my recent fever, and laid down to die. But he found the tracks of a man and dog the second day, and got along the shore to one of those far missionary stations that the Moravians support. They were very poor themselves and in distress. 'Twas a useless place. There were but few Eskimo left in that region. There we remained for some time, and I became acquainted with strange events. Captain there was instead a clear intentness that made them seem dark and piercing. There was a supply ship expected, and the pastor, an excellent Christian man, made no doubt that we should get passage in her. He was hoping that orders would come to break up the station. But everything was uncertain, and we got on the best we could for a while. We fished and helped the people in other ways. There was no other way of paying our debts. I was taken to the pastor's house until I got better, but they were crowded, and I felt myself in the way and made excuse to join with an old seaman, a Scotchman, who had built him a warm cabin and had room in it for another. He was looked upon with regard and had stood by the pastor in some troubles with the people. He had been on one of those English exploring parties that found one end of the road to the North Pole but never could find the other. We lived like dogs in a kennel, or so you thought if you had seen the hut from the outside. But the main thing was to keep warm. There were piles of bird skins to lie on, and he'd made him a good bunk, and there was another for me. It was dreadful dreary waiting there. We begun to think the supply steamer was lost, and my poor ship broke up and strewed herself all along the shore. We got to watching on the headlands. My men and me knew the people were short of supplies and had to pinch themselves. It ought to read in the Bible, man cannot live by fish alone, if they told the truth of things. 'Tain't bread that wears the worst on you. First part of the time, old Gaffett, that I lived with, seemed speechless, and I didn't know what to make of him, nor he of me, I dare say. But as we got acquainted, I found he'd been through more disasters than I had, and had troubles that wasn't going to let him live a great while. It used to ease his mind to talk to an understanding person, so we used to sit and talk together all day, if it rained or blew so we couldn't get out. I'd got a bad blow on the back of my head at the time we came ashore, and it pained me at times, and my strength was broken anyway. I've never been so able since. Captain Littlepage fell into a reverie. Then I had the good of my reading, he explained presently. I had no books. The pastor spoke but little English, and all his books were foreign. But I used to say over all I could remember. The old poets little knew what comfort they could be to a man. I was well acquainted with the works of Milton, but up there it did seem to me as if Shakespeare was the king. He has the sea terms very accurate, and some beautiful passages were calming to the mind. I could say them over until I shed tears. There was nothing beautiful to me in that place but the stars above, and those passages of verse. Gaffett was always brooding and talking to himself. He was afraid he should never get away, and it preyed on his mind. He thought when I got home, I could interest the scientific men in his discovery. But they're all taken up with their own notions. Some didn't even take pains to answer the letters I wrote. You observe that I said this crippled man Gaffett had been shipped on a voyage of discovery. I now tell you that the ship was lost on its return, and only Gaffett and 2 officers were saved off the Greenland coast. And he had knowledge later that those men never got back to England. The brig they shipped on was run down in the night. So no other living soul had the facts, and he gave them to me. There is a strange sort of country way up north beyond the ice, and strange folks living there. Gaffett believed it was the next world to this. What do you mean, Captain Littlepage? I exclaimed. The old man was bending forward and whispering. He looked over his shoulder before he spoke the last sentence. To hear old Gaffett tell about it was something awful, he said, going on with his story quite steadily after the moment of excitement had passed. 'Twas first a tale of dogs and sledges, and cold and wind and snow. Then they begun to find the ice grow rotten. They had been frozen in and got into a current flowing north, far up beyond Fox Channel. And they took to their boats when the ship got crushed, and this warm current took them out of sight of the ice, and into a great open sea, and they still followed it due north, just the very way they had planned to go. Then they struck a coast that wasn't laid down or charted, but the cliffs were boat could land until they found a bay and struck across under sail to the other side where the shore looked lower. They were scant of provisions and out of water, but they got sight of something that looked like a great town. "For God's sake, Gaffett," said I, the first time he told me, "you don't mean a town 2 degrees farther north than ships had ever been?" For he'd got their course marked on an old chart that he'd pieced out at the top. But he insisted upon it, and told it over and over again, to be sure I had it straight to carry to those who would be interested. There was no snow and ice, he said, after they had sailed some days with that warm current, which seemed to come right from under the ice they'd been pinched up in, and had been crossing on foot for weeks. "But what about the town?" I asked. "Did they get to the town?" "They did," said the captain, "and found inhabitants. 'Twas an awful condition of things. It appeared, as near as Gaffett could express it, like a place where there was neither living nor dead. They could see the place where they were approaching it by sea, pretty near like any town, and thick with habitations. But all at once they lost sight of it altogether, and when they got close inshore, they could see the shapes of folks, but they never could get near them, all blowing gray figures that would pass along alone or sometimes gathered in companies as if they were watching. The men were frightened at first, but the shapes never came near them. It was as if they blew back, and at last they all got bold and went ashore and found birds' eggs and seafowl, like any wild northern spot where creatures were tame and folks had never been when there was good water. Gaffett said that he and another man came near one of the fog-shaped men that was going along slow with the look of a pack on his back among the rocks, and they chased him. But Lord, he flitted away out of sight like a leaf the wind takes with it, or a piece of cobweb. They would make as if they talked together. There was no sound of voices, and they acted as if they didn't see us, but only felt us coming toward them, says Gaffett one day, trying to tell the particulars. They couldn't see the town when they went ashore. One day the captain and the doctor were gone till night up across the high land where the town had seemed to be, and they came back at night, beat out and white as ashes, and wrote all next day in their notebooks, and whispered together full of excitement, and they were sharp-spoken with the men when they offered to ask any questions. Then there came a day, said Captain Newton, leaning toward me with a strange look in his eyes, and whispered quickly. The men all swore they wouldn't stay any longer. The man on watch early in the morning gave the alarm, and they all put off in the boat and got a little way out to sea. Those folks, or whatever they were, come about 'em like bats. All at once they raised incessant armies and come as if to drive 'em back to sea. They stood thick at the edge of the water, like the ridges of grim war. No thought of flight, none of retreat. Sometimes a standing fight, then soaring on main wing, tormented all the air. And when they'd got the boat out of reach of danger, Gaffett said they looked back, and there was the town again, standing up just as they'd seen it first, coming on the coast. Say what you might, they all believed 'twas a kind of waiting place between this world and the next. The captain had sprung to his feet in excitement and made excited gestures, but he still whispered huskily. "Sit down, sir," I said, as quietly as I could, and he sank into his chair, quite spent. Gaffett thought the officers were hurrying home to report and to fit out a new expedition when they were all lost. At the time, the men got orders not to talk over what they had seen, the old man explained presently, in a more natural tone. Weren't they all starving? And wasn't it a mirage or something of that sort? I ventured to ask. But he looked at me blankly. Gaffett had got so that his mind ran on nothing else, he went on. The ship's surgeon let fall an opinion to the captain one day that 'twas some condition of the light and the magnetic currents that let them see those folks. 'Twasn't a right feeling part of the world, anyway. They had to battle with the compass to make it serve, and everything seemed to go wrong. stayed right there at the mission. He was a good deal crippled and thought they'd confine him in some jail of a hospital. He said he was waiting to find the right men to tell, somebody bound north. Once in a while, they stopped there to leave a mail or something. He was set in his notions and let 2 or 3 proper exploring expeditions go by because he didn't like their looks. But when I was there, he'd got restless, fearing he might be taken away or something. He had all his directions written out straight as a string to give the right one. I wanted him to trust it to me, so I might have something to show, but he wouldn't. I suppose he's dead now. I wrote to him, and I done all I could. 'Twill be a great exploit some of these days. I assented, absent-mindedly, thinking more just then of my companion's alert, determined look, and the seafaring, ready aspect that had come to his face. But at this moment there fell a sudden change, and the old, pathetic, scholarly look returned. Behind me hung a map of North America, and I saw, as I turned a little, that his eyes were fixed upon the northernmost regions, and their careful, recent outline, with a look of bewilderment. End of chapter 6.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stefan Gampke. Country of the Pointed Fears by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 7. The Outer Island. Gaffett, with his good bunk and the birdskins, the story of the wreck of the Minerva, the human-shaped creatures of fog and cobweb, the great words of Milton with which he described the onslaught upon the crew, all this moving tale had such an air of truth that I could not argue with Captain Littlepage. The old man looked away from the map as if it had vaguely troubled him, and regarded me appealingly. We were just speaking of... and he stopped. I saw that he had suddenly forgotten his subject. There were a great many persons at the funeral, I hastened to say. Oh yes, the captain answered with satisfaction. All showed respect who could. The sad circumstances had for a moment slipped my mind. Yes, Mrs. Beck will be very much missed. She was a capital manager for her husband, when he was at sea. Oh yes, shipping is a very great loss. And he sighed heavily. There was hardly a man of any standing who didn't interest himself in some way in navigation. It always gave credit to a town. I call it low water mark, now he and done it. He rose with dignity to take leave, and asked me to stop at his house some day, when he would show me some outlandish things that he had brought home from sea. I was familiar with the subject of the decadence of shipping interests in all its affecting branches, having been already some time and done it, and I felt sure that Captain Littlepage's mind had now returned to a safe level. As we came down the hill toward the village, our ways divided, and when I had seen the old captain well started on a smooth piece of sidewalk which would lead him to his own door, we parted, the best of friends. "Step in some afternoon," he said, as affectionately as if I were a fellowship master, wrecked on the lee shore of age like himself. I turned toward home, and presently met Mrs. Todd coming toward me with an anxious expression. "I see you's leaving the old gentleman down the hill," she suggested. "Yes, I've had a very interesting afternoon with him," I answered, and her face brightened. "Oh, then he's all right. I was afraid 'twas one of his flighty spells, and Mary Harris wouldn't—" "Yes," I returned, smiling. "He has been telling me some old stories, but we talked about Mrs. Beck and the funeral beside, and Paradise Lost." "I expect he got telling you of some of his great narratives," she answered, looking at me shrewdly. "Funerals always set him going. Some of them tales hang together tolerably well," she added, with a sharper look than before. "And he's been a great reader all his seafaring days. Some things he overdid and affected his head, but for a man of his years he's amazing now when he's at his best. Oh, he used to be a beautiful man. We were standing where there was a fine view of the harbor and its long stretches of shore, all covered by the great army of the pointed firs, darkly cloaked and standing as if they waited to embark. As we looked far seaward, among the outer islands, the trees seemed to march seaward still, going steadily over the heights and down to the water's edge. It had been growing grey and cloudy, like the first evening of autumn, and a shadow had fallen on the darkening shore. Suddenly, as we looked, a gleam of golden sunshine struck the outer islands, and one of them shone out clear in the light, and revealed itself in a compelling way to our eyes. Mrs. Todd was looking off across the bay, with a face full of affection and interest. The sunburst upon that outermost island made it seem like a sudden revelation of the world beyond this, which some believed to be so near. "That's where my mother lives," said Mrs. Todd. "Can't we see it plain? I was brought up out there on Green Island. I know every rock and bush on it." "Your mother!" I exclaimed, with great interest. "Yes, dear, certain. I've got her yet. Old's I be. She's one of them spry, light-footed little women. Always was. And light-hearted, too," answered Mrs. Todd with satisfaction. "She's seen all the trouble folks can see, without it's her last sickness, and she's got a word of courage for everybody. Life ain't spoiled her a mite. She's 86, and I'm 67, and I've seen the time I've felt a good sight the oldest. 'Land sakes alive,' says she, last time I was out to see her. 'How you do lurch about steppin' into a boat.' I laughed so I liked to have gone right over into the water, and we pushed off, and left her laughin' there on the shore." The light had faded as we watched. Mrs. Todd had mounted a grey rock and stood there, grand and architectural, like a caryatid. Presently she stepped down, and we continued our way homeward. "You and me, we'll take a boat, and go out some day and see Mother," she promised me. "'Twould please her very much, and there's one or two scarce herbs grows better on the island than anywhere else. I ain't seen the likes nowhere here on the main. Now I'm going right down to get us each a mug of my beer," she announced as we entered the house. "And I believe I'll sneak in a little mite o' chamomile. Going to the funeral and all, I feel to have had a very wearing afternoon." I heard her going down into the cool little cellar, and then there was considerable delay. When she returned, mug in hand, I noticed the taste of chamomile, in spite of my protest. But its flavor was disguised by some other herb that I did not know, and she stood over me until I drank it all, and said that I liked it. "I don't give that to everybody," said Mrs. Todd kindly, and I felt for a moment as if it were part of a spell and incantation, and as if my enchantress would now begin to look like the cobweb shapes of the Arctic town. Nothing happened, but a quiet evening and some delightful plans that we made about going to Green Island, and on the morrow there was a clear sunshine and blue sky of another day. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida on January 13th, 2006. Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 8. Green Island. One morning, very early, I heard Mrs. Todd in the garden outside my window. By the unusual loudness of her remarks to a passer-by, and the notes of a familiar hymn which she sang as she worked among the herbs, and which came as if directed purposely to the sleepy ears of my consciousness, I knew she wished I would wake up and come and speak to her. In a few minutes she responded to a morning voice from behind the blinds. "I expect you're going up to your schoolhouse to pass all this pleasant day. Yes, I expect you're going to be dreadful busy," she said despairingly. "Perhaps not," said I. "Why, what's going to be the matter with you, Mrs. Todd?" For I supposed that she was tempted by the fine weather to take one of her favorite expeditions along the shore pastures to gather herbs and simples, and would like to have me keep the house. "No, I don't want to go nowhere by land," she answered gaily. "No, not by land. But I don't know as we'll have a better day all the rest of the summer to go out to Green Island and see mother. I waked up early thinking of her. The wind's light northeast. 'Twill take us right straight out at this time o' year, and it's liable to change round to the southwest and fetch us home pretty long late in the afternoon. Yes, it's going to be a good day." "Speak to the captain and the Belden boy if you see anybody going toward the landing," said I. "We'll take the big boat." "Oh, my sakes! Now you just let me do things my way," said Mrs. Todd scornfully. "No, dear, we won't take no big boat. I'll just get a handy dory, and Johnny Bowden and me'll man her ourselves. I don't want no abler boat than a good dory, and a nice light breeze ain't gonna make no sea, and Johnny's my cousin's son. Mother'll like to have him come along, and he'll be down to the herring weirs all the time we're there anyway. We don't want to carry no menfolk having to be considered every minute. No, you just let me do. We'll just slip out and see mother by ourselves. I guess what breakfast you'll want's about ready now." I had become well acquainted with Miss Todd as a landlady, herb gatherer, and rustic philosopher. We had been discreet fellow passengers once or twice when I had sailed up the coast to a larger town than Dunnet Landing to do some shopping. But I was yet to become acquainted with her as a mariner. An hour later we pushed off from the landing in the desired dory. The tide was just on the turn, beginning to fall, and several friends and acquaintances stood alongside the dilapidated wharf and cheered us by their words and evident interest. Johnny Bowden and I were both rowing in haste to get out where we could catch the breeze and put up the small sail which lay clumsily furled along the gunwale. Miss Todd sat aft, a stern and unbending lawgiver. "You'd better let her drift. We'll get there 'bout as quick. The tide'll take her right out from under these old buildin's. There's plenty o' wind outside." "Your boat ain't trimmed proper, Miss Todd," exclaimed a voice from shore. "You're loaded so the boat'll drag, and you can't get her before the wind, ma'am. You set midships, Miss Todd, and let the boy hold the sheet and steer after she gets the sail up. You won't never get out to Green Island that way. She's loaded bad, your boat is. She's heavy behind, she is now." Mrs. Todd turned with some difficulty and regarded the anxious adviser. My right oar flew out of the water, and we seemed about to capsize. "That you, Asa? Good morning," she said politely. "I always liked the starn seat best, when you get back up from the country." This allusion to Asa's origin was not lost upon the rest of the company. We were some little distance from shore, but we could hear a chuckle of laughter, and Asa, a person who was too ready with his criticism and advice on every possible subject, turned and walked indignantly away. When we caught the wind, we were soon on our seaward course, and only stopped to underrun a trawl, for the floats of which Mrs. Todd looked earnestly, explaining that her mother might not be prepared for 3 extra to dinner. It was her brother's trawl, and she meant to run her eye along for the right sort of little haddock. I leaned over the boat's side with great interest and excitement, while she skilfully handled a long line of hooks, and made scornful remarks upon worthless bait-consuming creatures of the sea as she reviewed them and left them on the trawl, or shook them off into the waves. At last we came to what she pronounced a proper haddock, and having taken him aboard and ended his life resolutely, we went on our way. As we sailed along, I listened to an increasingly delightful commentary upon the islands, some of them barren rocks, or at best giving sparse pasturage for sheep in the early summer. On one of these, an eager little flock ran to the water's edge and bleated at us so affectingly that I would willingly have stopped. But Mrs. Todd steered away from the rocks, and scolded at the sheep's mean owner, an acquaintance of hers, who grudged the little salt and still less care which the patient creatures needed. The hot midsummer sun makes prisons of these small islands that are a paradise in early June, with their cool springs and short thick growing grass. On a larger island, further out to sea, my entertaining companion showed me with glee the small houses of two farmers who shared an island between them, and declared that for 3 generations the people had not spoken to each other even in times of sickness or death or birth. When the news came that the war was over, one of them knew it a week, and never stepped across his wall to tell the other, she said. There, they enjoy it. They've got something to interest them in such a place. 'Tis a good deal more trying to be tied to folks you don't like than 'tis to be alone. Each of them tell the neighbours their wrongs. Plenty's like to hear and tell again. Them as fetch a bone'll carry one, and they keep the fight a-going. I must say I like the variety myself. Some folks washes Monday and irons Tuesday the whole year round, even if the circus is going by. A long time before we landed at Green Island, we could see the small white house standing high like a beacon, where Mrs. Todd was born, and where her mother lived, on a green slope above the water, with dark spruce woods still higher. There were crops in the fields, which we presently distinguished from one another. Mrs. Todd examined them while we were still far at sea. "Mother's late potatoes look backward. Ain't had enough rain so far," she pronounced her opinion. "They looked weedier than what they call Front Street down to Cowper Centre. I expect Brother William is so occupied with his errand weirs and serving out bait to the schooners that he don't think one day of the land." "What's the flag for above the spruces? There, behind the house," I inquired with eagerness. "Oh, that's the sign for errand," she explained kindly, while Johnny Bowden regarded me with contemptuous surprise. "When they get enough for schooners they raise that flag, and when 'tis a poor catch in the weir pocket they just fly a little signal down by the shore, and then the small boats come and get enough over for their trawls. There, look, there she is. Mother sees us. She's waving something out the fore-door. She'll be down to the landing place quick as we are." I looked, and could see a tiny flutter in the doorway, but a quicker signal had made its way from the heart on shore to the heart on sea. "How do you suppose she knows it's me?" said Mrs. Todd, with a tender smile on her broad face. "There, you never get over being a child long as you have a mother to go to. Look at the chimney now. She's gone right in and brightened up the fire. Well, there, I'm glad my mother's well. You'll enjoy seeing her very much." Mrs. Todd leaned back into her proper position, and the boat trimmed again. She took a firmer grasp of the sheet, and gave an impatient look at the gaff and the leach of the little sail, and twitched the sheet, as if she urged the wind like a horse. There came at once a fresh gust, and we seemed to have doubled our speed. Soon we were near enough to see a tiny figure with a handkerchiefed head come down across the field and stand waiting for us at the cove above a curve of the pebble beach. Presently the dory grated on the pebbles, and Johnny Bowden, who had been kept in abeyance during the voyage, sprang out and used manful exertion to haul us up with the next wave, so that Mrs. Todd could make a dry landing. "You done that very well," she said, mounting to her feet, and coming ashore somewhat stiffly, but with great dignity, refusing our outstretched hands, and returning to possess herself of a bag which had lain at her feet. "Well, mother, here I be," she announced with indifference, but they stood and beamed at each other's faces. "Looking pretty well for an old lady, ain't she?" said Mrs. Todd's mother, turning away from her daughter to speak to me. She was a delightful little person herself, with bright eyes and an affectionate air of expectation like a child on a holiday. You felt as if Mrs. Blackett were an old and dear friend before you let go her cordial hand. We all started together up the hill. "Now don't you haste too fast, mother," said Mrs. Todd warningly. "'Tis far reach o' rising ground to that fore-door, and you won't set and get your breath once you're there, but go trotting about. Now don't you go a mite faster than we proceeded with this bag and basket. Johnny there, I'll fetch up the haddock. I just made one stop to underrun William's trawl till I came to just such a fish that I thought you'd want to make one of your nice chowders of. I've brought an onion with me that was laying about on the window-sill at home." "That's just what I was wanting," said the hostess. "I give a sigh when you spoke of chowder, knowing my onions was out. William forgot to replenish us last time he was to the landing. Don't you haste yourself up, Almary, on this rising ground. I hear you commencing to wheeze already." This mild revenge seemed to afford a great pleasure to both giver and receiver. They laughed a little, and looked at each other affectionately, and then at me. Mrs. Todd considerately paused, and faced about to regard the wide sea view. I was glad to stop, being more out of breath than either of my companions, and I prolonged the halt by asking the names of the neighbouring islands. There was a fine breeze blowing, which we felt more there on the high land than when we were running before it in the dory. "Why, this ain't that kitten I saw when I was out here last, the one that I said didn't appear likely," explained Mrs. Todd as we went our way. "That's the one, Almary," said her mother. "She's always had a likely look to me, and she's right after business. I never seen such a mouser for one of her age. If it weren't for William, I'd never should have housed the entire droning old thing so long, but he sets by her on account of her having a bobtail. I don't deem it advisable to maintain cats just on account of their having bobtails, but they're like all other such curiosities, good for them that wants to see 'em twice. The kitten catches mice for both, and keeps me respectable as I hain't been for a year. She's a real understanding little help, this kitten is. I picked her up from among 5 Miss Augusta Purnell had over to Burnt Island," said the old woman, trudging along with the kitten close at her skirts. "Augusta," she says to me, "why, Miss Blackett, you've took the homeliest." And says I've got the smartest, and I'm satisfied." "I'd trust nobody sooner than you to pick out a kitten, mother," said the daughter handsomely, and we went on in peace and harmony. The house was just before us now, on a green level that looked as if a huge hand had scooped it out of a long green field we had been ascending. A little way above, the dark spruce woods began to climb up the top of the hill and cover the seaward slopes of the island. There was just room for the small farm and the forest. We looked down at the fish house and its rough sheds, and the weirs stretching far out into the water. As we looked upward, the tops of the firs came sharp against the blue sky. There was a great stretch of rough pasture land round the shoulder of the island to the eastward, and there were all the thick scattered grey rocks that kept their places, and the grey backs of many sheep that forever wandered and fed on the thin sweet pasturage that fringed the ledges and made soft hollows and strips of green turf like glowing velvet. The air was very sweet. One could not help wishing to be a citizen of such a complete and tiny continent and home of fisher folk. The house was broad and clean, with a roof that looked heavy on its low walls. It was one of the houses that seem firm-rooted in the ground, as if they were 2/3 below the surface, like icebergs. The front door stood hospitably open in expectation of company, and an orderly vine grew at each side, but our path led to the kitchen door at the house end, and there grew a mess of gay flowers and greenery, as if they had been swept together by some diligent garden broom into a tangled heap. There were portulacas all along the lower step and straggling off into the grass, and clustering mallows that crept as near as they dared, like poor relations. I saw the bright eyes and brainless little heads of 2 half-grown chickens who were snug down among the mallows, as if they had been chased away from the door more than once, and expected to be again. "It seems kind of formal coming in this way," said Mrs. Todd impulsively as we passed the flowers and came to the front doorstep, but she was mindful of the proprieties, and walked before us into the best room on the left. "Why, mother, if you haven't gone and turned the carpet!" she exclaimed, with something in her voice that spoke awe and admiration. "When'd you get to it? I suppose Miss Addicks come over and helped you from White Island Landing?" "No, she didn't," answered the old woman, standing proudly erect and making the most of a great moment. "I done it all myself, with William's help. He had a spare day and took right holt with me, and 'twas all well beat on the grass, and turned and put down again afore we went to bed. I ripped and sewed over 2 of them long breadths. I ain't had such a good night's sleep for 2 years. There! What you think of having such a mother like that for an 86-year-old? Said Mrs. Todd, standing before us like a large figure of victory. As for the mother, she took on a sudden look of youth. You felt as if she promised a great future, and was beginning, not ending, her summers in their happy toils. My, exclaimed Mrs. Todd, I couldn't have done it myself. I got to own it. I was much pleased to have it off my mind, said Mrs. Blackett, humbly. The more so because at the first of the next week I wasn't doing very well. I suppose it must have been the change of weather. Mrs. Todd could not resist a significant glance at me, but with charming sympathy she forbore to point the lesson or to connect this illness with its apparent cause. She loomed larger than ever in the little old-fashioned best room, with its few pieces of good furniture and pictures of national interest. The green paper curtains were stamped with conventional landscapes of a foreign order, castles on inaccessible crags, and lovely lakes with steep wooded shores. Underfoot the treasured carpet was covered thick with home-made rugs. There were empty glass lamps and crystallized bouquets of grass and some fine shells on the narrow mantelpiece. I was married in this room, said Mrs. Todd unexpectedly, and I heard her give a sigh after she had spoken, as if she could not help the touch of regret that would forever come with all her thoughts of happiness. We stood right there between the windows, she added, and the minister stood there. William wouldn't come in. He was always odd about seeing folks, just as he is now. I run to meet him from a child, and William, he'd take and run away. I've been the gainer, said the old mother cheerfully. William has been son and daughter both since you was married off the island. He's been most too satisfied to stop at home long as his old mother, but I always tell him I'm the gainer. We were all moving toward the kitchen as if by common instinct. The best room was too suggestive of serious occasions, and the shades were all pulled down to shut out the summer light and air. It was indeed a tribute to society to find a room set apart for her behests there on so apparently neighborless and remote an island. Afternoon visits and evening festivals must be few in such a bleak situation at certain seasons of the year. But Mrs. Blackett was one of those who do not live to themselves, and who have long since passed the line that divides mere self-concern from a valued share in whatever society can give and take. There were those of her neighbors who had never taken the trouble to furnish a best room, but Mrs. Blackett was one who knew the uses of a parlor. Yes, do come right down into the old kitchen. I shan't make any stranger of you, she invited us pleasantly, after we had been properly received in the room anointed to its formality. I expect Almeria'll be drifting out amongst the pasture weeds quick as she can find a good excuse. 'Tis hot now. You'd better content yourselves till you get nice and rested, and long after dinner the sea breeze'll spring up, and then you can take your walks and go up and see the prospect from the big ledge. Almeria'll want to show off everything there is, and then I'll get a good cup of tea before you start to go home. The days are plenty long now. While we were talking in the best room, the selected fish had been mysteriously brought up from the shore, and lay all cleaned and ready in an earthen crock on the table. I think William might have just stopped on, said a word, remarked Mrs. Todd, pouting with high affront as she caught sight of it. He's friendly enough when he comes ashore, and was remarkable social the last time, for him. He ain't disposed to be very social with the ladies, explained William's mother, with a delightful glance at me, as if she counted upon my friendship and tolerance. He's very particular, and he's all in his old fishing clothes today. He'll want me to tell him everything you said and done, after you've gone. William has very deep affections, and he'll want to see you, Almiry. Yes, I guess he'll be in by and by. I'll search for him by and by if he don't, proclaimed Mrs. Todd, with an air of unalterable resolution. I know all of his burrows down along the shore. I'll catch him by hand before he knows it. I've got some business with William, anyway. I brought 42 cents with me that was due him for the last lobsters he brought in. You can leave it with me, suggested the little old mother, who was already stepping about among the pots and pans in the pantry, and preparing to make the chowder. I became possessed of a sudden unwonted curiosity in regard to William, and felt that half the pleasure of my visit would be lost if I did not make his interesting acquaintance. So ends Chapter 8, Green Island.
now and then someone would follow me from the busy, hard-worked, and simple-thoughted countryside of the mainland, which lay dim and dreamlike in the August haze, as Joanna must have watched it many a day. There was the world, and here was she with eternity well begun. In the life of each of us, I said to myself, there is a place remote and islanded, and given to endless regret or secret happiness. We are each the uncompanioned hermit and recluse of an hour or a day. We understand our fellows of the cell to whatever age of history they may belong. But as I stood alone on the island in the sea breeze, suddenly there came a sound of distant voices, gay voices and laughter from a pleasure boat that was going seaward full of boys and girls. I knew, as if she had told me, that poor Joanna must have heard the like on many and many a summer afternoon, and must have welcomed the good cheer in spite of hopelessness and winter weather, and all the sorrow and disappointment in the world. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 16. The Great Expedition. Mrs. Todd never, by any chance, gave warning overnight of her great projects and adventures by sea and land. She first came to an understanding with the primal forces of nature, and never trusted to any preliminary promise of good weather, but examined the day for herself in its infancy. Then, if the stars were propitious, and the wind blew from a quarter of good inheritance, whence no surprises of sea turns or southwest sultriness must be feared, long before I was fairly awake, I used to hear a rustle and knocking like a great mouse in the walls, and an impatient tread on the steep garret stairs that led to Mrs. Todd's chief place of storage. She went and came as if she had already started on her expedition with utmost haste, and kept returning for something that was forgotten. When I appeared in quest of my breakfast, she would be absent-minded and sparing of speech, as if I had displeased her, and she was now, by main force of principle, holding herself back from altercation and strife of tongues. These signs of a change became familiar to me in the course of time, and Mrs. Todd hardly noticed some plain proofs of divination one August morning when I said, without preface, that I had just seen Begg's best chaise go by, and that we should have to take the grocery. Mrs. Todd was alert in a moment. "There! I might have known!" she exclaimed. "It's the 15th of August, when he goes and gets his money. He's heired an annuity from an uncle of his on his mother's side. I understood the uncle said none of Sam Begg's wife's folks should make free with it, so after Sam's gone it'll be all past and spent, like last summer. That's what Sam prospers on now, if you call it prosperin'. Yes, I might have known. 'Tis the 15th of August with him, and he generally stops to dinner with a cousin's widow on the way home. February and August is the times. Takes him 'bout all day to go and come." I heard this explanation with interest. The tone of Mrs. Todd's voice was complaining at the last. "I like the grocery just as well as the chaise," I hastened to say, referring to a long-bodied high wagon with a canopy top, like an attenuated four-posted bedstead on wheels, in which we sometimes journeyed. "We can put things in behind, roots and flowers and raspberries, or anything you're going after, much better than if we had the chaise." Mrs. Todd looked stony and unwilling. "I counted upon the chaise," she said, turning her back to me, and roughly pushing back all the quiet tumblers on the cupboard shelf, as if they had been impertinent. "Yes, I desired the chaise for once. I ain't going berrying, nor to fetch home no more wilted vegetation this year. Season's about past, except for a poor few late things," she added in a milder tone. "I'm going up country. No, I ain't intendin' to go berrying. I've been plotting for it the past fortnight and hoping for a good day." Would you like to have me go too? I asked frankly, but not without a humble fear that I might have mistaken the purpose of this latest plan. "Oh, certain, dear," answered my friend affectionately. "Oh, no, I never thought of anyone else for company, if it's convenient for you, long's poor mother ain't come. I ain't nothin' like so handy with a conveyance as I be with a good boat. Comes of my early upbringing. I expect we've got to make that great high wagon do. The tires want settin', and 'tis all loose jointed, so I can hear it shackle the other side of the ridge. We'll put the basket in front. I ain't gonna have it bouncin' and twirlin' all the way. Why, I've been makin' some nice hearts and rounds to carry." These were signs of high festivity, and my interest deepened moment by moment. "I'll go down to the Beggs and get the horse just as soon as I finish my breakfast," said I. "Then we can start whenever you are ready." Mrs. Todd looked cloudy again. "I don't know but you look nice enough to go just as you be," she suggested doubtfully. "No, you wouldn't want to wear that pretty blue dress of yourn way up country. 'Tain't dusty now, but it may be comin' home. No, I expect you'd rather not wear that and that other hat." "Oh, yes, I shouldn't think of wearing these clothes," said I, with sudden illumination. "Why, if we're going up country and are likely to see some of your friends, I'll put on my blue dress, and you must wear your watch. I'm not going at all if you mean to wear that big hat." "Now you're behavin' pretty," responded Mrs. Todd, with a gay toss of her head and a cheerful smile as she came across the room, bringing a saucerful of wild raspberries, a pretty piece of salvage from supper time. "I was cast down when I see you come to breakfast. I didn't think 'twas just what you'd select to wear in the reunion, where you're going to meet everybody." "What reunion do you mean?" I asked, not without amazement. "Not the Bowden families? I thought that was going to take place in September." "Today's the day. They sent word the middle of the week. I thought you might have heard of it. Yes, they changed the day. I've been thinking we'd talk it over, but you never can tell beforehand how it's going to be, and 'tain't worthwhile to wear a day all out before it comes." Mrs. Todd gave no place to the pleasures of anticipation, but she spoke like the oracle that she was. "I wish Mother was here to go," she continued sadly. "I did look for her last night, and I couldn't keep back the tears when the dark really fell and she wasn't here. She does so enjoy a great occasion. If William had a mite of snap and ambition, he'd take the lead at such a time. Mother likes variety, and there ain't but a few nice opportunities round here, and them she has to miss, lest she contrives to get ashore to me. I do really hate to go to the reunion without Mother, and 'tis a beautiful day. Everybody'll be asking where she is. Once she'd have gotten here anyway. Poor Mother's beginning to feel her age." "Why, there's your mother now!" I exclaimed with joy. I was so glad to see the dear old soul again. "I hear her voice at the gate." But Mrs. Todd was out of the door before me. There, sure enough, stood Mrs. Blackett, who must have left Green Island before daylight. She had climbed the steep road from the waterside so eagerly that she was out of breath, and was standing by the garden fence to rest. She held an old-fashioned brown wicker cap basket in her hand, as if visiting were a thing of every day, and she looked up at us as pleased and triumphant as a child. "Oh, what a poor plain garden! Hardly a flower in it except your bush of balm," she said. "But you do keep your garden neat, Almiry. Are you both well, and going up country with me?" She came a step or two closer to meet us, with a quaint politeness, and quite as delightful as if she were at home. She dropped a quick little curtsy before Mrs. Todd. "There, Mother, what a girl you be! I am so pleased. I was just bewailing you," said the daughter, with unwonted feeling. "I was just bewailing you. I was so disappointed, and I kept myself awake a good piece of the night scolding poor William. I watched for the boat till I was ready to shed tears yisterday, and when 'twas comin' dark, I kept making errands out to the gate and down the road to see if you wasn't in the doldrums somewhere down the bay." "There was a headwind, as you know," said Mrs. Blackett, giving me the cap basket and holding my hand affectionately as we walked up the clean-swept path to the door. I was partly ready to come, but dear William said I should be all tired out and might get cold having to beat all the way in. So we give it up and sat down and spent the evening together. It was a little rough and windy outside, and I guess 'twas better judgment. We went to bed very early and made a good start just at daylight. It's been a lovely mornin' on the water. William thought he'd better fetch across beyond Bird Rocks, rowin' the greater part of the way. Then we sailed from there right over to the landin', making only one tack. William will be in again for me tomorrow, so I can come back here and rest me overnight, and go to meetin' tomorrow and have a nice good visit." "She was just havin' her breakfast," said Mrs. Todd, who had listened eagerly to the long explanation without a word of disapproval, while her face shone more and more with joy. "You just sit right down and have a cup of tea and rest while we make our preparations. Oh, I am so gratified to think you've come. Yes, she was just having her breakfast, and we were speaking of you. Where's William?" "He went right back. Said he expected some schooners in about noon after bait. But he'll come and have his dinner with us tomorrow, unless it rains. Then next day. I laid his best things out already," explained Mrs. Blackett, a little anxiously. "This wind will serve him nice all the way home. Yes, I will take a cup of tea, dear. A cup of tea is always good, and then I'll rest a minute and be all ready to start." "I do feel condemned for having such hard thoughts of William," openly confessed Mrs. Todd. She stood before us so large and serious that we both laughed and could not find it in our hearts to convict so rueful a culprit. "He shall have a good dinner tomorrow, if it can be got, and I shall be real glad to see William." The confession ended handsomely, while Mrs. Blackett smiled approval and made haste to praise the tea. Then I hurried away to make sure of the grocery wagon. Whatever might be the good of the reunion, I was going to have the pleasure and delight of a day in Mrs. Blackett's company, not to speak of Mrs. Todd's. The early morning breeze was still blowing, and the warm, sunshiny air was of some ethereal northern sort, with a cool freshness as it came over new-fallen snow. The world was filled with the fragrance of fir balsam and the faintest flavor of seaweed from the ledges, bare and brown at low tide in the little harbor. It was so still and so early that the village was but half awake. I could hear no voices, but those of the birds, small and great, the constant song sparrows, the clink of a yellow hammer over in the woods, and the far conversation of some deliberate crows. I saw William Blackett's escaping sail, already far from land, and Captain Littlepage was sitting behind his closed window as I passed by, watching for someone who never came. I tried to speak to him, but he did not see me. There was a patient look on the old man's face, as if the world were a great mistake and he had nobody with whom to speak his own language or find companionship. End of chapter 16.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 17, A Country Road. Whatever doubts and anxieties I may have had about the inconvenience of the Beggs' high wagon for a person of Mrs. Blackett's age and shortness, they were happily overcome by the aid of a chair and her own valiant spirit. Mrs. Todd bestowed great care upon seating us as if we were taking passage by boat, but she finally pronounced that we were properly trimmed. When we had gone only a little way up the hill, she remembered that she had left the house door wide open, though the large key was safe in her pocket. I offered to run back, but my offer was met with lofty scorn, and we lightly dismissed the matter from our minds. Until 2 or 3 miles further on we met the doctor, and Mrs. Todd asked him to stop and ask her nearest neighbor to step over and close the door if the dust seemed to blow in the afternoon. "She'll be there in her kitchen. She'll hear you the minute you call. 'Twon't give you no delay," said Mrs. Todd to the doctor. "Yes, Mis' Dennett's right there, with the windows all open." It isn't as if my fore-door opened right on the road, anyway, at which proof of composure Mrs. Blackett smiled wisely at me. The doctor seemed delighted to see our guest. They were evidently the warmest friends, and I saw a look of affectionate confidence in their eyes. The good man left his carriage to speak to us, but as he took Mrs. Blackett's hand, he felt it a moment, and as if merely from force of habit, felt her pulse as they talked. Then, to my delight, he gave the firm old wrist a commending pat. "You're wearing well, good for another 10 years at this rate," he assured her cheerfully, and she smiled back. "I like to keep a strict account of my old standbys." And he turned to me. "Don't you let Mrs. Todd overdo today. Old folks like her are apt to be thoughtless." And then we all laughed, and parting, went our ways gaily. "I suppose he puts up with your rivalry the same as ever?" asked Mrs. Blackett. "You and he are as friendly as ever, I see, Almiry," and Almira sagely nodded. "He's got too many long roots now to stop to tend to all his door patients," she said, "especially them that takes pleasure in talking themselves over. The doctor and me have got to be kind of partners. He's gone a good deal, far and wide. Looked tired, didn't he? I shall have to advise with him and get him off for a good rest. He'll take the big boat from Rockland and go off up to Boston and mouse around among the other doctors, 1 in 2 or 3 years, and come home fresh as a boy. I guess they think considerable of him up there." Mrs. Todd shook the reins and reached determinedly for the whip, as if she were compelling public opinion. Whatever energy and spirit the white horse had to begin with were soon exhausted by the steep hills and his discernment of a long expedition ahead. We toiled slowly along. Mrs. Blackett and I sat together, and Mrs. Todd sat alone in front, with much majesty and the large basket of provisions. Part of the way the road was shaded by thick woods, but we also passed one farmhouse after another on the high uplands, which we all three regarded with deep interest. The house itself and the barns and garden spots and poultry all having to suffer an inspection of the shrewdest sort. This was a highway quite new to me. In fact, most of my journeys with Mrs. Todd had been made afoot and between the roads, in open pasture lands. My friends stopped several times for brief dooryard visits, and made so many promises of stopping again on the way home that I began to wonder how long the expedition would last. I had often noticed how warmly Mrs. Todd was greeted by her friends, but it was hardly to be compared with the feeling now shown toward Mrs. Blackett. A look of delight came to the faces of those who recognized the plain, dear old figure beside me. One revelation after another was made of the constant interest and intercourse that had linked the far island and these scattered farms into a golden chain of love and dependence. "Now we mustn't stop again if we can help it," insisted Mrs. Todd at last. "You'll get tired, Mother, and you'll think the less of reunions. We can visit along here any day. There, if they ain't fryin' doughnuts in this next house too. These are new folks, you know, from over St. George way. They took this old Talcott farm last year. 'Tis the best water on the road, and the check reins come undone. Yes, we'd best delay a little and water the horse." We stopped, and seeing a party of pleasure-seekers in holiday attire, the thin, anxious mistress of the farmhouse came out with wistful sympathy to hear what news we might have to give. Mrs. Blackett first spied her at the half-closed door, and asked with such cheerful directness if we were trespassing that after a few words she went back to her kitchen and reappeared with a plate full of doughnuts. "Entertainment for man and beast," announced Mrs. Todd with satisfaction. "Why, we've perceived there was new doughnuts all along the road, but you're the first that has treated us." Our new acquaintance flushed with pleasure, but said nothing. "They're very nice. "You've had good luck with him," pronounced Mrs. Todd. "Yes, we've observed there was doughnuts all the way along. If one house is frying, all the rest is. 'Tis so with a great many things." "I don't suppose likely you're goin' up to the Bowden reunion?" asked the hostess as the white horse lifted his head and we were saying good-bye. "Why, yes," said Mrs. Blackett and Mrs. Todd and I all together. "I am connected with the family. Yes, I expect to be there this afternoon. I've been looking forward to it," she told us eagerly. "We shall see you there. Come and sit with us if it's convenient," said dear Mrs. Blackett, and we drove away. "I wonder who she was before she was married," said Mrs. Todd, who was usually unerring in the matters of genealogy. "She must have been one of that remote branch that lived down beyond Thomaston. We can find out this afternoon. I expect that the families'll march together or be sorted out some way. I'm willing to own a relation that has such proper ideas of doughnuts." "I seem to see the family looks," said Mrs. Blackett. "I wish we'd asked her name. She's a stranger, and I want to help make it pleasant for all such." "She resembles cousin Paulina Bowden about the forehead," said Mrs. Todd with decision. We had just passed a piece of woodland that shaded the road, and came out to some open fields beyond, when Mrs. Todd suddenly reined in the horse as if somebody had stood on the roadside and stopped her. She even gave that quick reassuring nod of her head, which was usually made to answer for a bow, but I discovered that she was looking eagerly for a tall ash tree that grew just inside the field fence. "I thought 'twas goin' to do well," she said complacently as we went on again. "Last time I was up this way that tree was kind of drooping and discouraged. Grown trees act that way sometimes, same's folks. Then they'll put right to it and strike their roots off into new ground, and start all over again with real good courage. Ash trees is very likely to have poor spells. They ain't got the resolution of other trees." I listened hopefully for more. It was this peculiar wisdom that made one value Mrs. Todd's pleasant company. "There's sometimes a good hardy tree growin' right out of the bare rock, out of some crack that just holds the roots," she went on to say. "Right on the pitch o' one o' them bare stony hills where you can't seem to see a wheelbarrowful o' good earth in a place, but that tree'll keep a green top in the driest summer. You lay your ear down to the ground and you'll hear a little stream runnin'. Every such tree has got its own livin' spring. There's folk made to match 'em." I could not help turning to look at Mrs. Blackett close beside me. Her hands were clasped placidly in their thin black woolen gloves, and she was looking at the flowery wayside as we went slowly along, with a pleased, expectant smile. I do not think she had heard a word about the trees. "I just saw a nice plant o' elecampane growin' back there," she said presently to her daughter. "I haven't got my mind on herbs today," responded Mrs. Todd in the most matter-of-fact way. "I'm bent on seein' folks," and she shook the reins again. I, for one, had no wish to hurry. It was so pleasant in the shady roads. The woods stood close to the road on the right. On the left were narrow fields and pastures, where there were as many acres of spruces and pines as there were acres of bay and juniper and huckleberry, with a little turf between. When I thought we were in the heart of the inland country, we reached the top of a hill, and suddenly there lay spread out before us a wonderful great view of well-cleared fields that swept down to the wide water of a bay. Beyond this were distant shores, like another country in the midday haze, which half hid the hills beyond, and the far-away pale blue mountains on the northern horizon. There was a schooner with all sails set, coming down the bay from a white village that was sprinkled on the shore, and there were many sailboats flitting about it. It was a noble landscape, and my eyes, which had grown used to the narrow inspection of a shaded roadside, could hardly take it in. "Why, it's the upper bay," said Mrs. Todd. "You can see way over into the town of Fessenden. Those farms way over there are all in Fessenden. Mother used to have a sister that lived up that shore. If we started as early as we could on a summer morning, we couldn't get to her place from Green Island till late afternoon, even with a fair and steady breeze. and you had to strike the time just right so as to fetch up long of the tide and land near the flood. 'Twas ticklish business, and we didn't visit back and forth as much as Mother desired. You have to go way down the coast to Cold Spring Light and round that long point. Up here's what they call the back shore. No, we were most always separated, my dear sister and me, after the first year she was married, said Mrs. Blackett. We had our little families and plenty of cares. We were always looking forward to the time we could see each other more. Now and then she'd get out to the island for a few days, while her husband'd go fishing, and once he stopped with her and 2 children, and made some flakes right there, and cured all his fish for winter. We did have a beautiful time together, sister and me. She used to look back to it long as she lived. I do love to look over there where she used to live, Mrs. Blackett went on as we began to go down the hill. It seems as if she must still be there, though she's long been gone. She loved their farm. She didn't see how I got so used to our island, but somehow I was always happy from the first. Yes, it's very dull to me up among those slow farms, declared Mrs. Todd. The snow troubles 'em in winter. They're all besieged by winter, as you may say. 'Tis far better by the shore than up among such places. I never thought I should like to live up country. Why, just see the carriages ahead of us in the next rise, exclaimed Mrs. Blackett. There's going to be a great gathering. Don't you believe there is, Elmiry? It hasn't seemed up to now as if anybody was going but us. And 'tis such a beautiful day, with yesterday cool and pleasant, to work and get ready. I shouldn't wonder if everybody was there, even the slow ones, like Phoebe Ann Brock. Mrs. Blackett's eyes were bright with excitement, and even Mrs. Todd showed remarkable enthusiasm. She hurried the horse and caught up with the holiday makers ahead. There's all the Deptfords goin', 6 in the wagon, she told us joyfully, and Miss Alva Tilley's folks are now risin' the hill in their own new carryall. Mrs. Blackett pulled at the neat bow of her black bonnet strings and tied them again with careful precision. I believe your bonnet's on a little bit sideways, dear, she advised Mrs. Todd as if she were a child, but Mrs. Todd was too much occupied to pay proper heed. We began to feel a new sense of gaiety and of taking part in the great occasion as we joined the little train. End of Chapter 17. A Country Road.
Chapter 18. The Country of the Pointed Firs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Shook, theberry.blogspot.com. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 18. The Bowden Reunion. It is very rare in country life, where high days and holidays are few, that any occasion of general interest proves to be less than great. Such is the hidden fire of enthusiasm in the New England nature that, once given an outlet, it shines forth with almost volcanic light and heat. In quiet neighborhoods, such inward force does not waste itself upon those petty excitements of every day that belong to cities, but when, at long intervals, the altars to patriotism, to friendship, to the ties of kindred, are reared in our familiar fields, then the fires glow, the flames come up as if from the inexhaustible burning heart of the earth. The primal fires break through the granite dust in which our souls are set. Each heart is warm, and every face shines with the ancient light. Such a day as this has transfiguring powers, and easily makes friends of those who have been cold-hearted, and gives to those who are dumb their chance to speak, and lends some beauty to the plainest face. "Oh, I expect I shall meet friends today that I haven't seen in a long while," said Mrs. Blackett with deep satisfaction. 'Twill bring out a good many of the old folks. 'Tis such a lovely day. I'm always glad not to have them disappointed." "I guess likely the best of 'em'll be there," answered Mrs. Todd with gentle humor, stealing a glance at me. "There's one thing certain. There's nothing takes in this whole neighborhood like anything related to the Bowdens. Yes, I do feel that when you call upon the Bowdens you may expect most families to rise up between the landing and the far end of the back cove. Those that aren't kin by blood are kin by marriage. There used to be an old story goin' about when I was a girl," said Mrs. Blackett with much amusement. "There was a great many more Bowdens then than there are now, and the folks was all setting in meeting a dreadful hot Sunday afternoon, and a scatter-witted little Bound girl came runnin' to the meetin'-house door, all out of breath from somewheres in the neighborhood. 'Miss Bowden, Miss Bowden,' says she, 'your baby's in a fit.' They used to tell that the whole congregation was up on its feet in a minute and right out into the aisles. All the Miss Bowdens was setting right out for home. The minister stood there in the pulpit trying to keep sober, and all at once he burst right out laughin'. He was a very nice man, they said, and he said he'd better give 'em the benediction, and they could hear the sermon next Sunday, so he kept it over. My mother was there, and she thought certain 'twas me." "None of our family was ever subject to fits," interrupted Mrs. Todd severely. "No, we never had fits, none of us, and 'twas lucky we didn't, way out there to Green Island. Now these folks right in front, dear sakes knows the bunch of soothin' catnip and yarrow I've had to favor old Miss Evans with dryin'. You can see it right in their expressions, all them Evans folks. There, just you look up to the crossroads, Mother," she suddenly exclaimed. "See all the teams ahead of us? And oh, look down on the bay. Yes, look down on the bay. See what a sight of boats all headin' for the Bowden Place Cove." "Oh, ain't it beautiful?" said Mrs. Blackett, with all the delight of a girl. She stood up in the high wagon to see everything, and when she sat down again she took fast hold of my hand. "Hadn't you better urge the horse a little, Almiry?" she asked. "He's had it easy as we came along, and he can rest when we get there. The others are some little ways ahead, and I don't want to lose a minute." We watched the boats drop their sails one by one in the cove as we drove along the high land. The old Bowden house stood, low-storied and broad-roofed, in its green fields, as if it were a motherly brown hen waiting for the flock that came straying toward it from every direction. The first Bowden settler had made his home there, and it was still the Bowden farm. 5 generations of sailors and farmers and soldiers had been its children, and presently Mrs. Blackett showed me the stone-walled burying ground that stood like a little fort on a knoll overlooking the bay, but, as she said, there were plenty of scattered Bowdens who were not laid there, some lost at sea and some out west, and some who died in the war. Most of the home graves were those of women. We could see now that there were different footpaths from along shore and across country. In all these there were straggling processions walking in single file, like old illustrations of the Pilgrim's Progress. There was a crowd about the house, as if huge bees were swarming in the lilac bushes. Beyond the fields and cove, a higher point of land ran out into the bay, covered with woods which must have kept away much of the northwest wind in winter. Now there was a pleasant look of shade and shelter there for the great family meeting. We hurried on our way, beginning to feel as if we were very late, and it was a great satisfaction at last to turn out of the stony high road into a green lane shaded with old apple trees. Mrs. Todd encouraged the horse until he fairly pranced with gaiety as we drove round to the front of the house on the soft turf. There was an instant cry of rejoicing, and 2 or 3 persons ran toward us from the busy group. "Why, dear Miss Blackett, here's Miss Blackett," I heard them say, as if it were pleasure enough for one day to have a sight of her. Mrs. Todd turned to me with a lovely look of triumph and self-forgetfulness. An elderly man who wore the look of a prosperous sea captain put up both arms and lifted Mrs. Blackett down from the high wagon like a child and kissed her with hearty affection. "I was master afraid she wouldn't be here," he said, looking at Mrs. Todd with a face like a happy, sunburnt schoolboy, while everybody crowded round to give their welcome. "Mother's always the queen," said Mrs. Todd. "Yes, they'll all make everything of Mother. She'll have a lovely time today. I wouldn't have had her miss it, and there won't be a thing she'll ever regret, except to mourn because William wasn't here." Mrs. Blackett having been properly escorted to the house, Mrs. Todd received her own full share of honor, and some of the men, with a simple kindness that was the soul of chivalry, waited upon us and our baskets, and led away the white horse. I already knew some of Mrs. Todd's friends and kindred, and felt like an adopted Bowden in this happy moment. It seemed to be enough for anyone to have arrived by the same conveyance as Mrs. Blackett, who presently had her court inside the house, while Mrs. Todd, large, hospitable, and preeminent, was the center of a rapidly increasing crowd about the lilac bushes. Small companies were continually coming up the long green slope from the water, and nearly all the boats had come to shore. I counted 3 or 4 that were baffled by the light breeze, but before long all the Bowdens, small and great, seemed to have assembled, and we started to go up to the grove across the field. Out of the chattering crowd of noisy children, and large-waisted women whose best black dresses fell straight to the ground in generous folds, and sunburnt men who looked as serious as if it were town meeting day, there suddenly came silence and order. I saw the straight, soldierly little figure of a man who bore a fine resemblance to Mrs. Blackett, and who appeared to marshal us with perfect ease. He was imperative enough, but with a grand military sort of courtesy, and bore himself with solemn dignity of importance. We were sorted out according to some clear design of his own, and stood as speechless as a troop to await his orders. Even the children were ready to march together, a pretty flock, and at the last moment Mrs. Blackett and a few distinguished companions, the ministers and those who were very old, came out of the house together and took their places. We ranked by 4s, and even then we made a long procession. There was a wide path mowed for us across the field, and as we moved along, the birds flew up out of the thick second crop of clover, and the bees hummed as if it were still June. There was a flashing of white gulls over the water where the fleet of boats rode the low waves together in the cove, swaying their small masts as if they kept time to our steps. The splash of the water could be heard faintly, yet still be heard. We might have been a company of ancient Greeks going to celebrate a victory, or to worship the god of harvest in the grove above. It was strangely moving to see this and to make part of it. The sky, the sea, have watched poor humanity at its rites so long. We were no more a New England family celebrating its own existence and simple progress. We carried the tokens and inheritance of all such households from which this had descended, and were only the latest of our line. We possessed the instincts of a far-forgotten childhood. I found myself thinking that we ought to be carrying green branches and singing as we went. So we came to the thick, shaded grove still silent, and were set in our places by the straight trees that swayed together and let sun shine through here and there like a single golden leaf that flickered down, vanishing in the cool shade. The grove was so large that the great family looked far smaller than it had in the open field. There was a thick growth of dark pines and firs, with an occasional maple or oak that gave a gleam of color like a bright window in the great roof. On 3 sides we could see the water, shining behind the tree trunks, and feel the cool, salt breeze that began to come up from the tide just as the day reached its highest point of heat. We could see the green sunlit field we had just crossed, as if we looked out at it from a dark room, and the old house and its lilacs standing placidly in the sun, and the great barn with a stockade of carriages from which 2 or 3 caretaking men who had lingered were coming across the field together. Mrs. Todd had taken off her warm gloves and looked the picture of content. "There!" she exclaimed. "I've always meant to have you see this place, but I never looked for such a beautiful opportunity, weather and occasion both made to match. Yes, it suits me. I don't ask no more. I want to know if you saw Mother walkin' at the head. It choked me right up to see Mother at the head walkin' with the ministers," said Mrs. Todd, turned away to hide the feelings she could not instantly control. "Who was the marshal?" I hastened to ask. "Was he an old soldier?" "Don't he do well?" answered Mrs. Todd with satisfaction. "He don't often have such a chance to show off his gifts," said Mrs. Kaplan, a friend from the landing who had joined us. "That's Sant Bowden. He always takes the lead such days. Good for nothing else most of his time. Trouble is, he—" I turned with interest to hear the worst. Mrs. Kaplan's tone was both zealous and impressive. "Stimulates," she explained scornfully. "No, Santon never was in the war," said Mrs. Todd with lofty indifference. "It was a cause of real distress to him. He kep' enlistin', and traveled far and wide about here, and even took the boat and went to Boston to volunteer. But he ain't a sound man, and they wouldn't have him. They say he knows all their tactics, and can tell all about the Battle of Waterloo, well's he can Bunker Hill. I told him once the country'd lost a great general, and I meant it too." "I expect you're near right," said Mrs. Kaplan, a little crestfallen and apologetic. "I be right," insisted Mrs. Todd with much amiability. "'Twas most too bad to cramp him down to his peaceful trade, but he's a most excellent shoemaker at his best, and he always says it's a trade that gives him time to think and plan his maneuvers. Over to the port they always invite him to march Decoration Day, same as the rest, and he does look noble. He comes of soldier stock." I had been noticing with great interest the curiously French type of face which prevailed in this rustic company. I had said to myself before that Mrs. Blackett was plainly of French descent, in both her appearance and her charming gifts, but this is not surprising when one has learned how large a proportion of early settlers on this northern coast of New England were of Huguenot blood, and that it is the Norman Englishman, not the Saxon, who goes adventuring to a new world. "They used to say in old times," said Mrs. Todd modestly, "that our family came of very high folks in France, and one of 'em was a great general in some of the old wars. I sometimes think that Santon's ability has come way down from then. 'Tain't nothin' he's ever acquired. 'Twas born in him. I don't know's he ever saw a fine parade, or met with those that studied up such things. He's figured it all out and got his papers, so he knows how to aim a cannon right for William's Fish House 5 miles out on Green Island, or up there on Burnt Island where the signal is. He had it all over to me one day, and I tried hard to appear interested. His life's all in it, but he will have those poor gloomy spells come over him now and then he has to drink." Mrs. Kaplan gave a heavy sigh. "There's a great many such stray-away folks, just as there is plants," continued Mrs. Todd, who was nothing if not botanical. I know of just one sprig of laurel that grows over back here in a wild spot, and I never could hear of no other on this coast. I had a large bunch brought me once from Massachusetts way, so I know it. This piece grows in an open spot where you'd think it would do well, but it's sort of poor lookin'. I visited it time and again just to notice its poor blooms. 'Tis a real Sant Bowden, out of its own place." Mrs. Kaplan looked bewildered and blank. "Well, all I know is, last year he worked out some kind of a plan so's to parade the county conference in platoons, and got 'em all flustered up trying to sense his ideas of a holler square," she burst forth. "They was holler enough anyway after ridin' way down from up country into the salt air, and they'd been treated to a sermon on faith and works from old Feyther Harlow that never knows when to cease. 'Twa'n't no time for tactics then. They wa'n't a thinkin' of the church military. Sant, he couldn't do nothin' with 'em. All he thinks of when he sees a crowd is how to march 'em. 'Tis all very well when he don't tempt too much. He never did act like other folks." "Ain't I just been maintaining that he ain't like 'em?" urged Mrs. Todd decidedly. "Strange folks has got to have strange ways, for what I see. Somebody observed once that you could pick out the likeness of most every sort of a foreigner when you looked about you in our parish," said Sister Kaplan, her face brightening with sudden illumination. "I didn't see the bearin' of it then quite so plain. I always did think Mary Harris resembled a Chinee." "Mary Harris was pretty as a child, I remember," said the pleasant voice of Mrs. Blackett, who, after receiving the affectionate greetings of nearly the whole company, came to join us, to see, as she insisted, that we were out of mischief. "Yes, Mary was one of them pretty little lambs that make dreadful homely old sheep," replied Mrs. Todd with energy. "Captain Littlepage never'd look so disconsolate if she was any sort of a proper person to direct things. She might divert him, yes. She might divert the old gentleman and let him think he had his own way, 'stead of arguing everything down to the bare bone. 'Twouldn't hurt her to sit down and hear his great stories once in a while." "The stories are very interesting," I ventured to say. "Yes, you always catch yourself a thinkin', what if they all was true, and he had the right of it," answered Mrs. Todd. "He's a good sight better company, though dreamy, than such sordid creatures as Mary Harris." "Live and let live," said dear old Mrs. Blackett gently. "I haven't seen the captain for a good while, now that I ain't so constant to meet," she added wistfully. "We always have known each other. Why, if it is a good pleasant day tomorrow, I'll get William to call and invite the captain to dinner. William'll be in early so's to pass up the street without meetin' anybody. There, they're callin' out it's time to set the tables," said Mrs. Kaplan with great excitement. "Here's Cousin Sarah Jane Blackett. Well, I am pleased certain," exclaimed Mrs. Todd with unaffected delight, and these kindred spirits met and parted with the promise of a good talk later on. After this there was no more time for conversation until we were seated in order at the long tables. "I'm one that always dreads seeing some of the folks that I don't like at such a time as this," announced Mrs. Todd privately to me after a season of reflection. "We were just waiting for the feast to begin. You wouldn't think such a great creature's I could feel all over pins and needles. I remember the day I promised to Nathan, how it come over me, just as I was feelin' happy's I could, that I'd got to have an own cousin of his for my near relation all the rest of my life, and it seemed as if die I should. Poor Nathan saw something had crossed me. He had very nice feelings, and when he asked what 'twas, I told him. 'I never could like her myself,' said he. 'You shan't be bothered, dear,' he says, and 'twas one of the things that made me set a good deal by Nathan. He didn't make a habit of always opposin' like some men.' 'Yes,' says I, 'but think of Thanksgivin' times and funerals. She's our relation, and we've got to own her. Young folks don't think of those things. There she goes now. Don't let's pray her by," said Mrs. Todd, with an alarming transition from general opinions to particular animosities. "I hate her just the same as I always did, but she's got a real pretty dress. I do try to remember that she's Nathan's cousin. Oh dear, well, she's gone by after all, and ain't seen me. I expected she'd come pleasant and round just to show off and say afterward she was acquainted." This was so different from Mrs. Todd's usual largesse of mind that I had a moment's uneasiness. But the cloud passed quickly over her spirit, and was gone with the offender. There never was a more generous out-of-door feast along the coast than the Bowden family set forth that day. To call it a picnic would make it seem trivial. The great tables were edged with pretty oak-leaf trimmings, which the boys and girls made. We brought flowers from the fence thickets of the great field, and out of the disorder of flowers and provisions suddenly appeared as orderly a scheme for the feast as the marshal had shaped for the procession. I began to respect the Bowdens for their inheritance of good taste and skill and a certain pleasing gift of formality. Something made them do all these things in a finer way than most country people would have done them. As I looked up and down the tables, there was a good cheer, a grave soberness that shone with pleasure, a humble dignity of bearing. There were some who should have sat below the salt for lack of this good breeding, but they were not many. So, I said to myself, their ancestors may have sat in the great hall of some old French house in the Middle Ages, when battles and sieges and processions and feasts were familiar things. The ministers and Mrs. Blackett, with a few of their rank and age, were put in places of honor, and for once that I looked any other way, I looked twice at Mrs. Blackett's face, serene and mindful of privilege and responsibility, the mistress by simple fitness of this great day. Mrs. Todd looked up at the roof of green trees, and then carefully surveyed the company. "I see 'em better now they're all settin' down," she said with satisfaction. "There's old Mrs. Gilbraith and his sister. I wish they were sittin' with us. They're not among folks they can parley with, and they look disappointed." As the feast went on, the spirit of my companion steadily rose. The excitement of an unexpectedly great occasion was a subtle stimulant to her disposition, and I could see that sometimes when Mrs. Todd had seemed limited and heavily domestic, she had simply grown sluggish for lack of proper surroundings. She was not so much reminiscent now as expectant, and as alert and gay as a girl. We who were her neighbors were full of gaiety, which was but the reflected light from her beaming countenance. It was not the first time that I was full of wonder at the waste of human ability in this world, as a botanist wonders at the wastefulness of nature, the thousand seeds that die, the unused provision of every sort. The reserve force of society grows more and more amazing to one's thought. More than one face among the Bowdens showed that only opportunity and stimulus were lacking. A narrow set of circumstances had caged a fine, able character and held it captive. One sees exactly the same types in a country gathering as in the most brilliant city company. You are safe to be understood if the spirit of your speech is the same for one neighbor as for the other. End of chapter 18. Recorded by Michael Shook. 29 April 2006. theberry.blogspot.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 19. The Feast's End. The feast was a noble feast, as has already been said. There was an elegant ingenuity displayed in the form of pies which delighted my heart. Once acknowledge that an American pie is far to be preferred to its humble ancestor, the English tart, and it is joyful to be reassured at a Bowden reunion that invention has not yet failed. Beside a delightful variety of material, the decorations went beyond all my former experience. Dates and names were wrought in lines of pastry and frosting on the tops. There was even more elaborate reading matter on an excellent early apple pie which we began to share and eat, precept upon precept. Mrs. Todd helped me generously to the whole word Bowden, and consumed reunion herself, save an undecipherable fragment. But the most renowned essay in cookery on the tables was a model of the old Bowden house, made of durable gingerbread, with all the windows and doors in the right places, and sprigs of genuine lilac set at the front. It must have been baked in sections, in one of the last of the great brick ovens, and fastened together on the morning of the day. There was a general sigh when this fell into ruin at the feast's end, and it was shared by a great part of the assembly, not without seriousness, and as if it were a pledge and token of loyalty. I met the maker of the gingerbread house, which had called up lively remembrances of a childish story. She had the gleaming eye of an enthusiast and a look of high ideals. "I could just as well have made it all of frosted cake," she said, "but 'twouldn't have been the right shade. The old house, as you observe, was never painted, and I concluded that plain gingerbread would represent it best. It wasn't all I expected it would be," she said sadly, as many an artist had said before her of his work. There were speeches by the ministers, and there proved to be a historian among the Bowdens, who gave some fine anecdotes of the family history, and then appeared a poetess, whom Mrs. Todd regarded with wistful compassion and indulgence, and when the long faded garland of verses came to an appealing end, she turned to me with words of praise. "Sounded pretty," said the generous listener. "Yes, I thought she did very well. We went to school together, and Mary Anna had a very hard time. Trouble was, her mother thought she'd given birth to a genius, and Mary Anna's come to believe it herself. There, I don't know what we should have done without her. There ain't nobody else that can write poetry between here and way up towards Rockland. It adds a great deal at such a time. When she speaks of those that are gone, she feels it all, and so does everybody else, but she harps too much. I'd laid half of that away for next time if I was Mary Anna. There comes mother to speak to her, and old Mr. Gilbreth's sister. Now she'll be heartened right up. Mother'll say just the right thing." The leave-takings were as affecting as the meetings of these old friends had been. There were young enough persons at the reunion, but it is the old who really value such opportunities. As for the young, it is the habit of every day to meet their comrades. The time of separation has not come. To see the joy with which these elder kinsfolk and acquaintances had looked in one another's faces, and the lingering touch of their friendly hands, to see these affectionate meetings, and then the reluctant partings, gave one a new idea of the isolation in which it was possible to live in that after all thinly settled region. They did not expect to see one another again very soon. The steady hard work on the farms, the difficulty of getting from place to place, especially in winter when boats were laid up, gave double value to any occasion which could bring a large number of families together. Even funerals in this country of the pointed firs were not without their social advantages and satisfactions. I heard the words "next summer" repeated many times, though summer was still ours and all the leaves were green. The boats began to put out from shore and the wagons to drive away. Mrs. Blackett took me into the old house when we came back from the grove. It was her father's birthplace and early home, and she had spent much of her own childhood there with her grandmother. She spoke of those days as if they had but lately passed. In fact, I could imagine that the house looked almost exactly the same to her. I could see the brown rafters of the unfinished roof as I looked up the steep staircase, though the best room was as handsome with its good wainscoting and touch of ornament on the cornice as any old room of its day in a town. Some of the guests, who came from a distance, were still sitting in the best room when we came in to take leave of the master and mistress of the house. We all said eagerly what a pleasant day it had been, and how swiftly the time had passed. Perhaps it is the great national anniversaries which our country has lately kept, and the soldiers' meetings that take place everywhere, which have made reunions of every sort the fashion. This one, at least, had been very interesting. I fancied that old feuds had been overlooked, and the old saying that blood is thicker than water had again proved itself true, though from the variety of names one argued a certain adulteration of the Bowden traits and belongings. Clannishness is an instinct of the heart. It is more than a birthright or a custom, and lesser rights were forgotten in the claim to a common inheritance. We were among the very last to return to our proper lives and lodgings. I came near to feeling like a true Bowden, and parted from certain new friends as if they were old friends. We were rich with the treasure of a new remembrance. At last we were in the high wagon again. The old white horse had been well fed in the Bowden yard, and we drove away and soon began to climb the long hill toward the wooded ridge. The road was new to me, as roads always are going back. Most of our companions had been full of anxious thoughts of home, of the cows, or of young children likely to fall into disaster. But we had no reasons for haste, and drove slowly along, talking and resting by the way. Mrs. Todd said once that she really hoped her front door had been shut on account of the dust blowing in, but added that nothing made any weight on her mind except not to forget to turn a few late mullein leaves that were drying on a newspaper in the little loft. Mrs. Blackett and I gave our word of honor that we would remind her of this heavy responsibility. The way seemed short. We had so much to talk about. We climbed hills where we could see the great bay and the islands. And then we went down into shady valleys where the air began to feel like evening, cool and camp with a fragrance of wet ferns. Mrs. Todd alighted once or twice, refusing all assistance in securing some boughs of a rare shrub which she valued for its bark, though she proved incommunicative as to her reasons. We passed the house where we had been so kindly entertained with doughnuts earlier in the day, and found it closed and deserted, which was a disappointment. "They must have stopped to tea somewheres and thought they'd finish up the day," said Mrs. Todd. "Those that enjoyed it best'll want to get right home so as to think it over." "I didn't see the woman there after all, did you?" asked Mrs. Blackett as the horse stopped to drink at the trough. "Oh, yes, I spoke with her," answered Mrs. Todd, but with scant interest or approval. "She ain't a member o' our family." "I thought you said she resembled Cousin Paulina Bowden about the forehead," suggested Mrs. Blackett. "Well, she don't," answered Mrs. Todd impatiently. "I ain't one that's ordinarily mistaken about family likenesses, and she didn't seem to meet with friends, so I went square up to her. 'I expect you're a Bowden by your look,' says I. 'Yes, I can take it you're one of the Bowdens.' 'Lord, no,' says she. 'Dennett was my maiden name, but I married a Bowden for my first husband. I thought I'd come and see what was a-goin' on.'" Mrs. Blackett laughed heartily. "I'm going to remember to tell William of that," she said. "There, Elmiry, the only thing that's troubled me all this day is to think how William would have enjoyed it. I do so wish William had been there." "I sort of wish he had myself," said Mrs. Todd frankly. "There wasn't many old folks there somehow," said Mrs. Blackett with a touch of sadness in her voice. "There ain't so many to come as there used to be, I'm aware, but I expected to see more. I thought they turned out pretty well when you come to think of it. Why, everybody was saying so and feeling gratified. answered Mrs. Todd hastily, with pleasing unconsciousness. Then I saw the quick color flash into her cheek, and presently she made some excuse to turn and steal an anxious look at her mother. Mrs. Blackett was smiling and thinking about her happy day, though she began to look a little tired. Neither of my companions was troubled by her burden of years. I hoped in my heart that I might be like them as I lived on into age, and then smiled to think that I too was no longer very young. So we always keep the same hearts, though our outer framework fails and shows the touch of time. "'Twas pretty when they sang the hymn, wasn't it?" asked Mrs. Blackett at supper time, with real enthusiasm. "There was such a plenty o' men's voices. Where I sat it did sound beautiful. I had to stop and listen when they came to the last verse." I saw that Mrs. Todd's broad shoulders began to shake. There was good singers there, yes, there was excellent singers, she agreed heartily, putting down her teacup. But I chanced to drift alongside Mis' Peter Bowden o' Great Bay, and I couldn't help thinking if she was as far out o' town as she was out o' tune, she wouldn't get back in a day. End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, February 2006. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 20. Along Shore. One day, as I went along the shore beyond the old wharves and the newer, high-stepped fabric of the steamer landing, I saw that all the boats were beached, and the slack water period of the early afternoon prevailed. Nothing was going on, not even the most leisurely of occupations, like baiting trawls or mending nets, or repairing lobster pots. The very boats seemed to be taking an afternoon nap in the sun. I could hardly discover a distant sail as I looked seaward, except a weather-beaten lobster smack which seemed to have been taken for a plaything by the light airs that blew about the bay. It drifted and turned about so aimlessly in the wide reach off Burnt Island that I suspected there was nobody at the wheel, or that she might have parted her rusty anchor chain while all the crew were asleep. I watched her for a minute or two. She was the old Miranda, owned by some of the Caplins, and I knew her by an odd-shaped patch of newish duck that was set into the peak of her dingy mainsail. Her vagaries offered such an exciting subject for conversation that my heart rejoiced at the sound of a hoarse voice behind me. At that moment, before I had time to answer, I saw something large and shapeless flung from the Miranda's deck that splashed the water high against her black side, and my companion gave a satisfied chuckle. The old lobster smack's sail caught the breeze again at that moment, and she moved off down the bay. Turning, I found old Elijah Tilley, who had come softly out of his dark fish-house as if it were a burrow. "Boy got kinder drowsy steering of her. Monroe he hove him right overboard. Wake now fast enough," explained Mr. Tilley, and we laughed together. I was delighted for my part that the vicissitudes and dangers of the Miranda in a rocky channel should have given me this opportunity to make acquaintance with an old fisherman to whom I had never spoken. At first he had seemed to be one of those evasive and uncomfortable persons who are so suspicious of you that they make you almost suspicious of yourself. Mr. Elijah Tilley appeared to regard a stranger with scornful indifference. You might see him standing on the pebble beach or in a fish-house doorway, but when you came nearer he was gone. He was one of the small company of elderly, gaunt-shaped great fishermen whom I used to like to see leading up a deep-laden boat by the head, as if it were a horse, from the water's edge to the steep slope of the pebble beach. There were 4 of these large old men at the landing, who were the survivors of an earlier and more vigorous generation. There was an alliance and understanding between them, so close that it was apparently speechless. They gave much time to watching one another's boats go out or come in. They lent a ready hand at tending one another's lobster traps in rough weather. They helped to clean the fish or to sliver porgies for the trawls, as if they were in close partnership. And when a boat came in from deep-sea fishing, they were never too far out of the way, and hastened to help carry it ashore 2 by 2, splashing alongside or holding its steady head, as if it were a willful sea-colt. As a matter of fact, no boat could help being steady and waywise under their instant direction and companionship. Abel's boat and Jonathan Bowden's boat were as distinct and experienced personalities as the men themselves, and as inexpressive. Arguments and opinions were unknown to the conversation of these ancient friends. You would as soon have expected to hear small talk in a company of elephants as to hear old Mr. Bowden or Elijah Tilley and their 2 mates waste breath upon any form of trivial gossip. They made brief statements to one another from time to time. As you came to know them, you wondered more and more that they should talk at all. Speech seemed to be a light and elegant accomplishment, and their unexpected acquaintance with its arts made them of new value to the listener. You felt almost as if a landmark pine should suddenly address you in regard to the weather, or a lofty-minded old camel make a remark as you stood respectfully near him under the circus tent. I often wondered a great deal about the inner life and thought of these self-contained old fishermen. Their minds seemed to be fixed upon nature and the elements, rather than upon any contrivances of man, like politics or theology. My friend Captain Bowden, who was the nephew of the oldest of this group, regarded them with deference, but he did not belong to their secret companionship, though he was neither young nor talkative. "They've gone together ever since they were boys. They know most everything about the sea amongst them," he told me once. "They was always just as you see 'em now since the memory of man." These ancient seafarers had houses and lands not outwardly different from other Dunnet Landing dwellings, and 2 of them were fathers of families, but their true dwelling-places were the sea, and the stony beach that edged its familiar shore, and the fish-houses where much salt brine from the mackerel kits had soaked the very timbers into a state of brown permanence and petrification. It had also affected the old fishermen's hard complexions, until one fancied that when death claimed them, it could only be with the aid not of any slender modern dart, but the good serviceable harpoon of a 17th-century woodcut. Elijah Tilley was such an evasive, discouraged-looking person, heavy-headed, and stooping so that one could never look him in the face, that even after his friendly exclamation about Monroe Pennell, the Lobster Smack's skipper, and the sleepy boy, I did not venture at once to speak again. Mr. Tilley was carrying a small haddock in one hand, and presently shifted it to the other hand lest it might touch my skirt. I knew that my company was accepted, and we walked together a little way. "You mean to have a good supper," I ventured to say by the way of friendliness. "Going to have this 'ere haddock, and some o' my baked potatoes. Must eat to live," responded my companion with great pleasantness and open approval. I found that I had suddenly left the forbidding coast and come into the smooth little harbor of friendship. "You ain't never been up to my place," said the old man. "Folks don't come now as they used to. No, 'tain't no use to ask folks now. My poor dear, she was a great hand to draw young company." I remembered that Mrs. Todd had once said that this old fisherman had been sore stricken and unconsoled at the death of his wife. "I should like very much to come," said I. "Perhaps you are going to be at home later on." Mr. Tilley agreed by a sober nod, and went his way bent-shouldered and with a rolling gait. There was a new patch high on the shoulder of his waistcoat, which corresponded to the renewing of the Miranda's mainsail down the bay, and I wonder if his own fingers, clumsy with much deep-sea fishing, had set it in. "Was there a good catch today?" I asked, stopping a moment. "I didn't happen to be on the shore when the boats came in." "No, all came in pretty light," answered Mr. Tilley. "Addicks and Bowden, they done the best. Abel and me, we had been a slim fare. We went out 'arly, but not so 'arly as sometimes. Looked like a poor morning.
I got 9 haddock, all small, and 7 fish. The rest of 'em got more fish than haddock. Well, I don't expect they feel like bitin' every day. We larn to humour 'em a little, and let 'em have their way 'bout it. These plaguey dogfish kind of worry 'em."
Mr. Tilley pronounced the last sentence with much sympathy, as if he looked upon himself as a true friend of all the haddock and codfish that lived on the fishing grounds, and so we parted. Later in the afternoon I went along the beach again until I came to the foot of Mr. Tilley's land, and found his rough track across the cobblestones and rocks to the field edge, where there was a heavy piece of old wreck timber, like a ship's bone, full of tree nails. From this a little footpath, narrow with one man's treading, led up across the small green field that made Mr. Tilley's whole estate, except a straggling pasture that tilted on edge up the steep hillside beyond the house and road. I could hear the tinkle-tankle of a cowbell somewhere among the spruces, by which the pasture was being walked over and forested from every side. It was likely to be called the wood lot before long, but the field was unmolested. I could not see a bush or a briar anywhere within its walls, and hardly a stray pebble showed itself. This was most surprising in that country of firm ledges and scattered stones which all the walls that industry could devise had hardly begun to clear away off the land. In the narrow field I noticed some stout stakes, apparently planted at random in the grass and among the hills of potatoes, but carefully painted yellow and white to match the house, a neat, sharp-edged little dwelling, which looked strangely modern for its owner. I should have much sooner believed that the smart young wholesale egg merchant of the Landing was its occupant than Mr. Tilley, since a man's house is really but his larger body, and expresses in a way his nature and character. I went up the field, following the smooth little path to the side door. As for using the front door, that was a matter of great ceremony. The long grass grew close against the high stone step, and a snowberry bush leaned against it, top-heavy with the weight of a morning-glory vine that had managed to take what the fishermen might call a half-hitch about the door-knob. Elijah Tilley came to the side door to receive me. He was knitting a blue yarn stocking without looking on, and was warmly dressed for the season in a thick blue flannel shirt with white crockery buttons, a faded waistcoat, and trousers heavily patched at the knees. These were not his fishing clothes. There was something delightful in the grasp of his hand, warm and clean, as if it had never touched anything but the comfortable woolen yarn, instead of cold sea-water and slippery fish. "What are the painted stakes for down in the field?" I hastened to ask, and he came out a step or two along the path to see, and looked at the stakes as if his attention were called to them for the first time. "Folks laughed at me when I first bought this place and came here to live," he explained. "They said 'twa'n't no kind of a field privilege at all. No place to raise anything, all full o' stones. I was aware 'twas good land, and I worked some on it, odd times when I didn't have nothing else on hand, till I cleared them loose stones all out. You never see a prettier place than 'tis now did ye? Well, as for them painted marks, them's my buoys. I struck on to some heavy rocks that didn't show none, but a plow'd be liable to ground on 'em, and so I ketched holt and buoyed 'em, same's you see. They don't trouble me no more'n if they warn't there." "You haven't been to sea for nothing," I said, laughing. "One trade helps another," said Elijah, with an amiable smile. "Come right in and sit down. Come in and rest ye," he exclaimed, and led the way into his comfortable kitchen. The sunshine poured in at the 2 further windows, and a cat was curled up sound asleep on the table that stood between them. There was a new-looking light oilcloth of a tiled pattern on the floor, and a crockery teapot, large for a household of only one person, stood on the bright stove. I ventured to say that somebody must be a very good housekeeper. "That's me," acknowledged the old fisherman with frankness. "There ain't nobody here but me. I try to keep things looking right, same's poor dear left 'em."
You set down here in this chair, and you can look off and see the water. None of 'em thought I was going to get along alone. No way. But I wasn't going to have my house turned upside down and all changed about. No, not to please nobody. I was the only one knew just how she liked to have things set. Poor dear. And I said I was going to make shift, and I have made shift. I'd rather tough it out alone. And he sighed heavily, as if to sigh were his familiar consolation. We were both silent for a minute. The old man looked out the window as if he had forgotten I was there. "You must miss her very much," I said at last. "I do miss her," he answered, and sighed again. "Folks all keep repeatin' that time would ease me, but I can't find it does. No, I miss her just the same every day." "How long is it since she died?" I asked. 8 years now, come the 1st of October. It don't seem near so long. I've got a sister that comes and stops 'long o' me a little spell, spring and fall and odd times if I send after her. I ain't near so good a hand to sew as I be to knit, and she's very quick to set everything to rights. She's a married woman with a family. Her son's folks lives at home, and I can't make no great claim on her time. But it makes me a kind o' good excuse when I do send, to help her a little. She ain't none too well off. Poor dear always liked her, and we used to contrive our ways together. 'Tis full as easy to be alone. I set here and think it all over, and think considerable when the weather's bad to go outside. I get so some days it feels as if poor dear might step right back into this kitchen. I keep a watchin' them doors as if she might step in ary one. Yes, ma'am, I keep a lookin' off, and droppin' o' my stitches. That's just how it seems. I can't get over losin' of her, no way nor no how. Yes, ma'am, that's just how it seems to me." I did not say anything, and he did not look up. "I get to feelin' so sometimes I have to lay everything by and go outdoor. She was a sweet, pretty creature, long's she lived," the old man added mournfully. "There's that little rocking chair o' her'n. I set and notice it, and think how strange 'tis a creature like her should be gone and that chair be here right in its old place." "I wish I had known her. Mrs. Todd told me about your wife one day," I said. "You'd have liked to come and see her, all the folks did," said poor Elijah. "She'd been so pleased to hear everything and see somebody new that took such an interest. She had a kind of gift to make it pleasant for folks. I guess likely Almiry Todd told you she was a pretty woman, especially in her young days. Late years, too, she kept her looks and come to be so pleasant looking. There, 'tain't so much better. I shall be done afore a great while. No, I shan't trouble the fish a great sight more." The old widower sat with his head bowed over his knitting, as if he were hastily shortening the very thread of time. The minutes went slowly by. He stopped his work and clasped his hands firmly together. I saw he had forgotten his guest, and I kept the afternoon watch with him. At last he looked up as if but a moment had passed of his continual loneliness. "Yes, ma'am, I'm one that has seen trouble," he said, and began to knit again. The visible tribute of his careful housekeeping and the clean bright room which had once enshrined his wife and now enshrined her memory was very moving to me. He had no thought for any one else or for any other place. I began to see her myself in her home, a delicate-looking, faded little woman who leaned upon her rough strength and affectionate heart, who was always watching for his boat out of this very window, and who always opened the door and welcomed him when he came home. "I used to laugh at her, poor dear," said Elijah, as he read my thought. "I used to make light of her timid notions. She used to be fearful when I was out in bad weather or baffled about getting ashore. She used to say the time seemed long to her, but I've found out all about it now. I used to be dreadful thoughtless when I was a young man and the fish was biting well. I'd stay out late some of them days, and I expect she'd watch and lose heart a-waitin'. My heart alive, what a supper she'd get, and be right there watchin' from the door, with something over her head if 'twas cold, waitin' to hear all about it as I come up the field. Lord, how I think of them little things. This was what she called the best room, in this way, he said, presently laying his knitting on the table and leading the way across the front entry and unlocking a door, which he threw open with an air of pride. The best room seemed to me a much sadder and more empty place than the kitchen. Its conventionalities lacked the simple perfection of the humbler room, and failed on the side of poor ambition. It was only when one remembered what patient saving and what high respect for society in the abstract go to such furnishing that the little parlour was interesting at all. I could imagine the great day of certain purchases, the bewildering shops of the next large town, the aspiring anxious woman, the clumsy sea-tanned man in his best clothes, so eager to be pleased, but at ease only when they were safe back in the sailboat again, going down the bay with their precious freight, the hoarded money all spent, and nothing to think of but tiller and sail. I looked at the unworn carpet, the glass vases on the mantelpiece with their prim bunches of bleached swamp grass and dusty marsh rosemary, and I could read the history of Mrs. Tilley's best room from its very beginning. You see for yourself what beautiful rugs she could make. Now I'm going to show you her best tea things she thought so much of, said the master of the house, opening the door of the shallow cupboard. That's real chiny, all of it on those 2 shelves, he told me proudly. I bought it all myself when we was first married in the port of Bordeaux. There never was one single piece of it broke until, well, I used to say long as she lived, there never was a piece broke. But long at the last I noticed she'd look kind of distressed, and I thought 'twas 'count o' me boastin'. When they asked if they should use it when the folks was here to supper, time o' her funeral, I knew she'd want to have everything nice, and I said certain. Some o' the women they come running to me and called me, while they was taking off the chiny down, and showed me there was one o' the cups broken, the pieces wrapped up in the paper and pushed way back here, corner o' the shelf. They didn't want me to go and think they done it. Poor dear, I had to put right out o' the house when I see that. I knowed in 1 minute how 'twas. We got so used to sayin' 'twas all there just's I fetched it home, and so when she broke that cup somehow or 'nother, she couldn't frame no words to come and tell me. She couldn't think 'twould vex me. 'Twas her own hurt pride. I guess there warn't no other secret other lay between us. The French cups with their gay sprigs of pink and blue, the best tumblers, an old-fashioned bowl and tea-caddy, and a japanned waiter or 2 adorned the shelves. These, with a few daguerreotypes in a little square pile, had the closet to themselves, and I was conscious of much pleasure in seeing them. One is shown over many a house in these days where the interest may be more complex, but not more definite. Those were her best things, poor dear, said Elijah as he locked the door again. She told me that last summer before she was taken away that she couldn't think o' anything more she wanted. There was everything in the house, and all her rooms was furnished pretty. I was going over to the port and inquired for errands. I used to ask her to say what she wanted, cost or no cost. She was a very reasonable woman, and 'twas the place where she done all but her extra shopping. Kind o' chilled me up when she spoke so satisfied. You don't go fishing after Christmas? I asked as we came back to the bright kitchen. No, I take stiddy to my knittin' after January sets in, said the old seafarer. 'Twain't worth while. Fish make off into deeper water, and you can't stand no such perishin' for the sake o' what you get. I leave out a few traps in sheltered coves, and do a little lobsterin' on fair days. The young fellows brave it out, some on 'em, but for me, I lay in my winter yarn and set them where 'twas warm and knit and take my comfort. Mother learnt me once when I was a lad. She was a beautiful knitter herself. I was laid up with a bad knee, and she said 'twould take up my time and help her. We was a large family. They'll buy all the folks can do down here to attic store. They say our Dunnet stockings is getting to be celebrated up to Boston. Good quality o' wool and even knitting or something. I've always been called a pretty hand to do netting, but seems is master cheap to what they used to be when they was all hand worked. I change off to netting long towards spring, and I piece up my trawls and lines and get my fishing stuff to rights. Lobster pots, they require attention, but I make 'em up in spring weather when it's warm there in the barn. No, I ain't one that likes to sit and do nothing. You see the rugs poor dear did them. She wasn't very partial to knitting. Old Elijah went on after he had counted his stitches. Our rugs is beginning to show wear, but I can't master none of them womanish tricks. My sister, she tinkers 'em up. She said last time she was here that she guessed they'd last my time.
The old ones are always the prettiest, I said.
You ain't referring to the braided ones now, answered Mr. Tilley. You see ours is braided for the most part, and their good looks is all the beginning. Poor dear used to say they made an easier floor. I go shuffling round the house same's if 'twas a bolt, and I always used to be stubbing up the corners of the hooked kind. Her and me was always having our jokes together same's a boy and girl. Outsiders never know nothing about it to see us. She had nice manners withal, but to me there was nobody so entertaining. She'd take off anybody's natural talk winter evenings when she set here alone, so you'd think 'twas them a-speaking. There, there. I saw that he had dropped a stitch again, and was snarling the blue yarn around his clumsy fingers. He handled it and threw it off at arm's length as if it were a cod line, and frowned impatiently, but I saw a tear shining on his cheek. I said that I must be going, it was growing late, and asked if I might come again, and if he would take me out to the fishing grounds some day. Yes, come any time you want to, said my host. 'Tain't so pleasant as when poor dear was here. Oh, I didn't want to lose her, and she didn't want to go, but it had to be. Such things ain't for us to say. There's no yes and no to it. You find Elmiry Todd one of the best o' women? Said Mr. Tilley as we parted. He was standing in the doorway, and I had started off down the narrow green field. No, there ain't a better-hearted woman in the state o' Maine. I've known her from a girl. She's had the best o' mothers. You tell her I'm liable to fetch her up a couple or three nice good mackerel early tomorrow, he said. Now don't let it slip your mind. Poor dear, she always thought a sight o' Elmiry, and she used to remind me that there was nobody to fish for her, but I don't recollect it as I ought to. I see you drop a line yourself very handy now and then. We laughed together like the best of friends, and I spoke again about the fishing grounds, and confessed that I had no fancy for a southerly breeze and a ground swell. Nor me neither, said the old fisherman. Nobody likes 'em, say what they may. Poor dear was disobliged by the mere sight of a boat. Elmiry's got the best o' mothers, I expect you know. Miss Blackett out to Green Island, and we was always planning to go out when summer come. But there, I couldn't pick no day's weather that seemed to suit her just right. I never set out to worry her neither. 'Twan't no kind o' use. She was so pleasant we couldn't have no frettin' or trouble. 'Twas never you dear and you darlin' afore folks, and you divil behind the door. As I looked back from the lower end of the field, I saw him still standing, a lonely figure in the doorway. Poor dear, I repeated to myself half aloud. I wonder where she is and what she knows of the little world she left. I wonder what she has been doing these 8 years. I gave the message about the mackerel to Mrs. Todd. "Been visiting with 'Lijah?" she asked with interest. "I expect you had kind of a dull session. He ain't the talking kind. Dwellin' so long o' fish seems to make 'em lose the gift o' speech." But when I told her that Mr. Tilley had been talking to me that day, she interrupted me quickly. "Then 'twas all about his wife, and he can't say nothing too pleasant neither. She was modest with strangers, but there ain't one of her old friends can ever make up her loss. For me, I don't want to go there no more. There's some folks you miss and some folks you don't when they're gone. But there ain't hardly a day I don't think o' dear Sarah Tilley. She was always right there. Yes, you know just where to find her like a plain flower. 'Lijah's worthy enough. I do esteem 'Lijah, but he is a plodding man." End of chapter 20. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, February 2006. The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett. Chapter 21. The Backward View. At last it was the time of late summer, when the house was cool and damp in the morning, and all the light seemed to come through green leaves. But at the first step out of doors the sunshine always laid a warm hand on my shoulder, and the clear high sky seemed to lift quickly as I looked at it. There was no autumnal mist on the coast, nor any August fog. Instead of these, the sea, the sky, all the long shore line and the inland hills, with every bush of bay and every fir top, gained a deeper color and a sharper clearness. There was something shining in the air, and a kind of luster on the water and the pasture grass, a northern look that, except at this moment of the year, one must go far to seek. The sunshine of a northern summer was coming to its lovely end. The days were few then at Dunnet Landing, and I let each of them slip away unwillingly as a miser spends his coins. I wished to have one of my first weeks back again, with those long hours when nothing happened except the growth of herbs and the course of the sun. Once I had not even known where to go for a walk. Now there were many delightful things to be done and done again, as if I were in London. I felt hurried and full of pleasant engagements, and the days flew by like a handful of flowers flung to the sea wind. At last I had to say good-bye to all my Dunnet Landing friends, and my home-like place in the little house, and return to the world in which I feared to find myself a foreigner. There may be restrictions to such a summer's happiness, but the ease that belongs to simplicity is charming enough to make up for whatever a simple life may lack, and the gifts of peace are not for those who live in the thick of battle. I was to take the small unpunctual steamer that went down the bay in the afternoon, and I sat for a while by my window, looking out on the green herb garden, with regret for company. Mrs. Todd had hardly spoken all day, except in the briefest and most disapproving way. It was as if we were on the edge of a quarrel. It seemed impossible to take my departure with anything like composure. At last I heard a footstep, and looked up to find that Mrs. Todd was standing at the door. "I've seen to everything now," she told me in an unusually loud and businesslike voice. "Your trunks are on the wharf by this time. Captain Bowden, he come and took 'em down himself, and is going to see that they're safe aboard. Yes, I've seen to all your arrangements," she repeated in a gentler tone. "These things I've left on the kitchen table you'll want to carry by hand. The basket needn't be returned. I guess I shall walk over towards the port now and inquire how old Miss Edward Kaplan is." I glanced at my friend's face and saw a look that touched me to the heart. I had been sorry enough before to go away. "I guess you'll excuse me if I ain't down there to stand around on the wharf and see you go," she said, still trying to be gruff. "Yes, I ought to go over and inquire for Miss Edward Kaplan. It's her third shock, and if Mother gets in on Sunday, she'll want to know just how the old lady is." With this last word Mrs. Todd turned and left me as if with sudden thought of something she had forgotten, so that I felt sure she was coming back. But presently I heard her go out of the kitchen door and walk down the path toward the gate. I could not part so. I ran after her to say good-bye, but she shook her head and waved her hand without looking back when she heard my hurrying steps, and so went away down the street. When I went in again, the little house had suddenly grown lonely, and my room looked empty as it had the day I came. I and all my belongings had died out of it, and I knew how it would seem when Mrs. Todd came back and found her lodger gone. So we die before our own eyes. So we see some chapters of our lives come to their natural end. I found the little packages on the kitchen table. There was a quaint West Indian basket which I knew its owner had valued, and which I had once admired. There was an affecting provision laid beside it with my seafaring supper, with a neatly tied bunch of southernwood and a twig of bay, and a little old leather box which held the coral pin that Nathan Todd brought home to give to poor Joanna. There was still an hour to wait, and I went up the hill just above the schoolhouse, and sat there thinking of things, and looking off to sea, and watching for the boat to come in sight. I could see Green Island, small and darkly wooded at that distance. Below me were the houses of the village with their apple trees and bits of garden ground. Presently, as I looked at the pastures beyond, I caught a last glimpse of Mrs. Todd herself, walking slowly in the footpath that led along, following the shore toward the port. At such a distance one can feel the large, positive qualities that control a character. Close at hand, Mrs. Todd seemed able and warm-hearted, and quite absorbed in her bustling industries, but her distant figure looked mateless and appealing, with something about it that was strangely self-possessed and mysterious. Now and then she stooped to pick something, it might have been her favorite pennyroyal, and at last I lost sight of her as she slowly crossed an open space on one of the higher points of land, and disappeared again behind a dark clump of juniper and the pointed firs. As I came away on the little coastwise steamer, there was an old sea running which made the surf leap high on all the rocky shores. I stood on deck, looking back, and watched the busy gulls agree and turn, and sway together down the long slopes of air, then separate hastily and plunge into the waves. The tide was setting in, and plenty of small fish were coming with it, unconscious of the silver flashing of the great birds overhead and the quickness of their fierce beaks. The sea was full of life and spirit. The tops of the waves flew back as if they were winged like the gulls themselves, and like them had the freedom of the wind. Out in the main channel we passed a bent-shouldered old fisherman bound for the evening round among the lobster traps. He was toiling along with short oars, and the dory tossed and sank and tossed again with the steamer's waves. I saw that it was old Elijah Tilley, and though we had so long been strangers, we had come to be warm friends, and I wished that he had waited for one of his mates. It was such hard work to row along shore through rough seas and tend the traps alone. As he passed, I waved my hand and tried to call to him, and he looked up and answered my farewells by a solemn nod. The little town, with the tall masts of its disabled schooners in the inner bay, stood high above the flat sea for a few minutes, then it sank back into the uniformity of the coast, and became indistinguishable from the other towns that looked as if they were crumbled on the furzy green stoniness of the shore. The small outer islands of the bay were covered among the ledges with turf that looked as fresh as the early grass. There had been some days of rain the week before, and the darker green of the sweet fern was scattered on all the pasture heights. It looked like the beginning of summer ashore, though the sheep, round and warm in their winter wool, betrayed the season of the year as they went feeding along the slopes in the low afternoon sunshine. Presently the wind began to blow, and we struck out seaward to double the long, sheltering headland of the cape. And when I looked back again, the islands and the headlands had run together, and Dunnet Landing and all its coasts were lost to sight. End of chapter 21. End of The Country of the Pointed Firs by Sarah Orne Jewett.